Hello, everyone, and welcome to California's beautiful Central Coast. We are at Sinsheimer Stadium in San Luis Obispo, California, as your Humboldt Crabs take on the San Luis Obispo Blues in the final game and rubber match of a three-game series. Hello, everyone. I'm Liam Warner. I'll be taking you through all of the action today. It was a tale of two different games for the Crabs. Friday night, they led the entire game. They were up by as much as 6-2 before the Blues hit a three-run homer in the bottom of the eighth, cutting it to a 6-5 lead for the Crabs, and they ended up holding on and winning that ball game. Last night, the pitching for the Blues was really good. They shut out the Crabs 5-0 and held the Crabs to only 4 hits. We're going to go back to the studio for a quick 1-minute break as the national anthem plays here in San Luis Obispo. Lineups and first pitcher next. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Sinsheimer Stadium, San Luis Obispo, California, as the Crabs look to try to take the series from a very good San Luis Obispo Blues team. Let's give you the starting lineup for the visiting Humboldt Crabs. Leading off for them will be the catcher, Cubby Cortez. Batting second will be the right fielder, Wyatt Reginato. Batting third will be the second baseman, Colby Lunsford. Batting fourth will be the first baseman, Billy Ham. Batting fifth will be the designated hitter, Griffin Myers. Batting sixth will be the shortstop, Luke Reese. Batting seventh will be the center fielder, Andrew Crane. Batting eighth will be the third baseman, Braden Frank. And batting ninth will be the left fielder, Peyton Miller. On the mound for the Crabs today will be Nolan Long. More on him later. Let's set the Blues defensively. Left to right in the outfield. Left field will be Jacob LaPrairie. In center will be TJ Adams. And right will be Augusto Schroeder. Left to right in the infield, Jake Hicksonbaum will be at third. JP Acosta will be at short. Blake Wilson at second. Matt Masiangelo at first. Jacob Galloway will be behind the plate. And Alec Narin will be on the mound for the San Luis Obispo Blues as he takes his warm-up pitches. Final game of the road schedule for the Crabs here in San Luis Obispo. The rest of the season will be in the friendly confines of the Arcata Ballpark. The weather here, beautiful as it has been the entire weekend. The temperature is in the upper 60s. It is sunny and it is windy. The American flag out in center field is blowing strongly out to left as it has the entire weekend. Really, any fly ball head out to left field here in San Luis Obispo is going to have some serious carry to it as one of the Blues hitters, Darius Price, I believe, found out yesterday. He hit a home run to left that, without the wind, I think would have hit off the top of the wall. But after today's game, the Crabs will get on the bus and make about 8.5, 9-hour journey back to Arcata and a much-needed off day tomorrow for the team. All right, we are about ready to get started. Cubby Cortez is stepping into the box. He leads the team in walks with 12. And with Mike McKernan taking the day off today, Cubby Cortez is certainly also a great leadoff hitter candidate. So he steps in, and the first pitch of today's ball game is inside, and it's 1-0. Start at 2:06. As Dwayne Kuiper would say, 1 minute late. The 1-0 pitch, way high and inside. It's 2-0.
Cortez comes into the day at 286 average with 3 runs batted in. Didn't play yesterday after getting the start in game 1 of this 3-game series. He DH'd and hit 9.
2-0, and that hits him right on the back.
So Cortez takes first.
Cubby Cortez will go to first with nobody out. He did not play yesterday. He did start Friday night.
The Crabs a while. We had their first base runner yesterday.
Cubby Cortez, of course, leading the team in walks of 12, batting .286, .535 on base percentage. And Cubby has 3 RBIs. It's going to bring in Wyatt Reginato. He has outstanding numbers this season. As Cubby Cortez, I think, is collecting himself a bit over there at first. Looks to be all right. Just making sure he can move around okay. He was hit squarely in the back. Pitch to Reginato. In there for a strike, and it's 0-1. Reginato rocking that black and pink bat from Patriot Glove Company.
So Naren right back on the hill. San Luis Obispo native, went to Slow High School, will be a freshman this year, trying to walk on at Pepperdine. Is 0-1.
The 0-1 pitch. In there for a called strike. It's 0-2. Reginato coming in batting .447, .580 on base percentage. He's been outstanding. 12 RBIs, 6 walks. Throw to first, and Cubby just gets back in time. He's leaning a bit off the first base bag.
That's the only other rubber match the Blues have played this season, and they beat Solano 19-6 in a Sunday beatdown.
0-2
0-2.
just misses outside. It's 1-2. Reginato also did not play yesterday, started on Friday. The 1-2 up high, Cubby going from first, the throw down to second, and a good play by the shortstop, Acosta, to tag Cubby Cortez as he was going by, and he is cut down trying to steal. Throw was a bit wide, but it was a good tag. So that's not the way the Crabs want to start the game. Getting it out on the bases there. 2-2, nobody on. Pitch is fouled back. Still 2-2. Now 1 out with the caught stealing. I believe Jacob Galloway. Oh no, it's Blake Wilson, the second baseman, I think, who's making his Blues debut. The 2-2 is a ground ball right up the middle. That's a base hit for Wyatt Reginato. It took a long time for the Crabs to get their first hit yesterday, but they get that out of the way here in the top of the first. And our first 1 out, and that's going to bring in Colby Lunsford. Lunsford coming in batting .364, .472 on base percentage, 8 RBIs, 2 homers. Pitch to Lunsford, in there for a called strike, 0-1. Colby Lunsford leads the team in stolen bases with 9. Very fast. The 0-1 is a fly ball out to right center field, and that's going to get down for a base hit, collected by the right fielder Schroeder. He gets it back in. Reginato over to third on the play, and the Crabs have runners at first and third with 1 out. Good start. Already things going much better than yesterday offensively. The Crabs only had 2 hits coming into the 9th inning. And then that's where they got their next 2 hits to finish with 4. Billy Ham will step in. Pitch to Ham is a swing and a miss, and it's 0-1.
8 at-bats. 2 of them extra bases, though, a double and a triple.
The 0-1 to Ham, misses outside, 1-1.
Ham's really turned things on, though, for the Crabs this season.
Billy Ham, outstanding numbers. 458 batting average, 518 on base percentage, a home run, 13 RBIs, 5 walks. 1-1, runner goes from first. The pitch is outside. The throw down to second is wide, and Lunsford is going to have the base stolen. Adds to his team lead. I believe his 10th stolen base of the season. That's a big steal because now it's second and third with 1 out. The 1-2, big looping breaking ball, misses outside, 2-2.
On deck is Griffin Myers, a designated hitter from Washington State.
Alec Narin, the Blues pitcher, I believe, making his Blues debut. The Blues have a huge roster. There are a lot of players in this lineup that the Crabs have not seen yet in this 3-game series. The 3-1 in there for a called strike, and count goes full 3-2. I was looking at the scoreboard, and they had the count wrong. The 3-2 is a ground ball to the right side of the infield. Wilson has no play at the plate. He's going to throw to first. A run scores for the Crabs. Reginato comes in from third, and the Crabs lead it 1-0 on the RBI ground out.
So that's Ham's 14th run batted in. He now has sole possession of the team lead. The fielder's choice from Wilson. In comes Reginato, and just like that, the Crabs in front first.
Lunsford over to third on the play. 2 outs. That's going to bring in Griffin Myers.
Here's Myers. 467 average, 2 homers, 13 runs batted in, with Lunsford now to third. Aaron delivers.
Pitch to Myers is low and inside, 1-0.
It's a non-league game. The Blues are utilizing.
Griffin Myers leading the team in hitting. 467 batting average, 529 on base, 13 RBIs, 2 homers. Billy Ham now has the lead in RBIs with his 14th that he just got. Pitch is low and outside, 2-0. Griffin here can get back into the RBI lead. At least tied with Billy Ham if he brings in Lunsford. The 2-0 in there for a called strike, and it's 2-1.
Myers, 6'4", 215-pound, left-handed hitting catcher. DHing today with Cortez behind the plate. Darren comes home.
2-1, misses outside, and it's 3-1.
Myers, first team All-East Bay Athletic League amateur.
Well, now with the Crabs scoring here in the top of the first, yesterday's game is the only game on this road trip where the Crabs did not score first. The 3-1, a swing and a miss, and the count goes full 3-2.
Big bit for Narin. He can get out of the inning, limit the damage to only 1 run. First 3 hitters all reached for the fielder's choice by Ham. Galloway also threw out a runner this frame.
The 3-2 pitch, high and outside, ball 4.
Griffin Myers.
First and third, still 2 away. That's going to bring in Luke Reese.
Luke Reese will come up, 6th batter come to the plate here in the first.
Reese also has been outstanding offensively for the Crabs, batting .424, 523 on base percentage. His 10 RBIs and 9 walks.
One of a couple players that has played now in every game in this series. Reese played shortstop in the first game, second yesterday, back to short today.
Pitch to Reese up high, 1-0.
Blues snapped their 3-game losing streak yesterday. It was the longest of the year. Not off to the hottest start here in Game 3, a rubber match against the Crabs.
The 1-0 pitch is a line drive into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Lunsford coming in from third. He's going to score. Meyer stops at second, and the Crabs lead 2-0.
So the inning develops even further after the 2-out walk. Luke Reese comes up.
Griffin Myers over to second. It's first and second with 2 outs and 2 runs in here in the top of the first inning. That's going to bring in Andrew Crane.
Gone back and forth. The Blues not happy with how Game 1 went. There are a myriad of reasons.
Crane coming in batting 188, 250, or 333 on base percentage. Still trying to get it going offensively. Pitch to Crane. Misses low. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch is popped up down the left field line. The shortstop, Acosta, making his way out into foul territory out in left field, and he makes the catch, and that's going to do it here on the top of the first. But the Crabs get 2 runs, and they lead it 2-0 as we head to the bottom of the first inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo. Bottom of the first inning, the Crabs lead the Blues 2-0. Here's the lineup for the hometown San Luis Obispo Blues. Leading off for them will be the shortstop, J.P. Acosta. Batting second will be the third baseman, Jake Hicksonbaugh. Batting third will be the first baseman, Matt Massiangelo. Batting fourth will be the center fielder, T.J. Adams. Batting fifth will be the catcher, Jacob Galloway. Batting sixth will be the designated hitter, Darius Price. He homered yesterday. Batting seventh will be the right fielder, Augusto Schroeder. Batting eighth will be the left fielder, Jacob LaPrairie. And batting ninth will be the second baseman, Blake Wilson. Defensively for the Crabs, left to right in the outfield, Peyton Miller in left, Andrew Crane in center, Wyatt Reginato in right. Left to right in the infield, Braden Frank at third, Luke Reese at short, Colby Lunsford at second, Billy Ham at first, Cubby Cortez is behind the plate, and Nolan Long is on the mound. I'll have his numbers in just a second as J.P. Acosta steps in. And the pitch from Long is a swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. Nolan Long, this is his second start of the season. 12 2/3 innings pitched, 2-0 record as the pitch is low, and it's 1-1. Long has given up 4 runs, all 4 of those earned, 6 walks, 18 strikeouts, a 2.84 ERA, so solid numbers. Pitch misses outside, it's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch in there for a called strike, and it's 2-2. And like I said, this Blues team, they have a big roster, and a lot of the starting lineup today, the Crabs have not seen yet in the third game. Pitches outside, count goes full 3-2. The only names the Crabs have seen in the lineup, T.J. Adams and Darius Price. 3-2 in there, called. Strike 3 on the inside part of the plate. Acosta didn't like the call. The fans didn't like the call, but the home plate umpire calls that pitch a strike. 1 down. Good start for Nolan Long. Let's bring in Jake Hicksonbaugh. And I believe the Blues bring in a lot of temporary players for these non-league games. Pitch to Hicksonbaugh. Misses outside, 1-0. Non-league games, I'm sure, are a chance to test out some players that they might want to see later. The 1-0 is fouled off down the first base line. It's 1-1. Of course, a lot of these players are from the area. The 1-1 is lined down the left field line. That's a base hit. Peyton Miller is going to cut it off and get it back into the infield quickly, and that's a one-out single for the Blues. The ball gets away, and Hixenbaugh to second. I'm not sure what happened there.
Defensive miscue for the Crabs. As Hixenbaugh read it perfectly, the throw got past, reached the shortstop. And the third base
I guess that's going to be an error on Peyton Miller. He got the throw in, and it got away from Luke Reese, I guess. I looked down for a second to score the play, and all of a sudden, Hixenbaugh was going to second.
So late in the play, I go to write my scorebook, and I look up with the crowd cheering, and Hixenbaugh's on his way to second.
So Hixenbaugh at second, a single and an error by the Crabs, and Matt Massiangelo will step in. Massiangelo is a ground ball to the right side of the infield. Lunsford coming in, gloves it, throws to first, 2 away. Hixenbaugh over to third on the play with 2 outs. They'll bring in TJ Adams. One of only 2 hitters in this Blues lineup that the Crabs have already seen in this series. Pitch to Adams, misses outside, 1-0. Believe he is the only hitter in this Blues lineup that has started both games. I believe he started on Friday. When it was a swing and a miss, and it's 1-1.
Adams has struck out a decent amount so far this summer. Takes some big swings, sometimes won't make contact. He's been a solid
1-1 pitch, low and inside, 2-1.
Strikeouts. He has walked those 16 times.
2-1 pitch in there for a called strike, and it's 2-2. Notice the home plate umpire is giving a lot of room on the inside part of the plate. The 2-2 pitch misses outside. Count goes full 3-2.
First, the payoff to Adams.
3-2 pitch is just low, ball 4. So Adams heads to first. It's going to be first and third with 2 outs, and that's going to bring in Jacob Galloway. And he is making his, at least his first home appearance for the Blues. There are quite a few of these guys who have not played a whole lot for the Blues in this game. Pitch Galloway, runner goes from first, pitch is fouled off at the plate, it's 0-1. I believe that's because the Blues want to save some of their regulars for the league games. Not that they're downplaying any of the games with the Crabs, but they do play in the California Collegiate League, and they do have standings and a postseason to think about, I'm sure. The 0-1 is in the dirt, and Cortez can't find it, and that's going to allow Adams to head down to second. So that's a big play. Cubby Cortez, the Crabs catcher, I mean, kind of lost it at his feet. The 1-1. This is just up high, 2-1.
Galloway had a great freshman year at USC. 365 average across 24 games played. Slugged in the 500s. Had 5 doubles and a home run. Long comes home.
The 2-1 pitch misses low and outside, and it's 3-1.
Galloway played in 20 of USC's last 23 games after an injury to senior catcher Connor Aoki. Completely ran with the starting gig and fought for USC all the way through the Pac-12 tournament. Trying to knock in 2.
The 3-1 pitch is a shallow fly ball out to center field. Crane will come in a couple steps, and he'll make the catch, and that's going to do it. Here in the bottom of the first, the Blues strand runners at second and third. They fail to score. The Crabs lead at 2-0 as we head to the top of the second. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo, top of the second. The Crabs lead the Blues 2-0. Crabs baseball is brought to you by Six Rivers Solar. Six Rivers Solar has been Humboldt County's #1 solar installer since 1980. We're here to help you save the planet and your wallet. Give us a call at 707-443-5652 to schedule a free consultation. And let Six Rivers Solar help you achieve energy independence. Go Crabs, go. So Braden Frank will lead it off for the Crabs, followed by Peyton Miller and Cubby Cortez. Pitch to Frank, high and inside, 1-0. Alec Narin on the mound for the Blues. 1-0 is fouled straight back. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch is a squibber down the first base line. The pitcher, Narin, gets to it quickly and throws to first, one away.
So with one away, it'll be the 9-hole hitter, Peyton Miller, as the Crabs lead it by 2.
I'll bring in Peyton Miller.
Second to last non-league game of the year for the Blues. One of the last chances for Blues fans to see some of the names out there right now. Narin,
batting number 2,
playing third today.
Miller.
These guys that are temporary.
Braden Frank was coming in batting .333 with a .419 on-base percentage, 6 RBIs. Pitch to Miller is a line drive that's going to get down over the shortstop's head into left center for a base hit.
For the Blues, though, the philosophy is the CCL season can get so taxing that when you have these non-league games, try and rest some of the pitchers on.
And that's going to bring in the top of the order in Cubby Cortez. Peyton Miller coming into this game batting .250. Of course, with that hit, that average is going to be a bit higher now. .341 on base percentage and 2 RBIs. Pitch to Cortez, low and outside, 1-0.
So back to the top of the order, Cortez, the catcher from Sacramento State, was hit by a pitch in his first. In the first inning, tried to steal second and was thrown out by Jacob Galloway.
The 1-0 pitch, high and inside, 2-0.
Cortez, 6-foot, 180-pound catcher slash middle infielder, as listed by the Crabs, from Antioch, California.
2-0 pitch in there for a called strike. It's 2-1.
2 balls and 1 strike. Cortez hit .265 for Sacramento State this past year. 30 hits and 113 at-bats, also added 15 runs batted in.
Throw to first. Peyton Miller dives in back safely. The 2-1 pitch in there for a called strike. It's 2-2.
Cortez did strike out 26 times, only walked 9 times in his freshman year at the D1 level. Aaron collects himself and has his sign.
So over to first, and Peyton Miller just gets back in safely. He was way off the bag. But a good dive back by Peyton Miller. Peyton Miller's got some nice speed. He really uses the bunt well. Of course, line drive single to get to first. 2-2, called strike 3. Beautiful curveball from Alec Narin. That's going to send Cortez back to the dugout. 2 away, runner at first. It's going to bring in Wyatt Reginato.
Singled and scored in the first.
Over to first, and Peyton Miller dives back in safely.
Wyatt Reginato from Folsom Lake College has hit over 300 in both of his seasons with the Falcons. This past year, 369 batting average with 17 doubles.
Pitch to Reginato misses up high, 1-0. Peyton Miller Only has 2 stolen bases on the season.
as listed by the Crabs.
The 1-0 pitch is a line drive that's going to get down into right field for a base hit. Miller is going to pump the brakes. Going around second, he's going to stay there. So it's first and second with 2 outs.
Reginato's got his second hit in as many innings.
Reginato already has his second hit of the game. Here in the top of the second.
Now a little bit more
Let's go bring in Kobe Lunsford.
in the second. Gave up 2 in the first. 2 base runners on here with 2 outs. The batter will be Kobe Lunsford. Singled, stole a base, and scored the second run back in the first inning. A lot of traffic.
Crabs already
There, and he's still trying to finish that.
have outdone their hit total from yesterday. They have 5 hits. Pitch to Lunsford is in there for a called strike. It's 0-1. Crabs had 4 hits in yesterday's ball game.
Blues have someone stretching out in the bullpen. Looks like it might be the tall right-hander Hunter Hammond.
The 0-1 in the dirt, smothered nicely by Galloway, the Blues catcher, and it's 1-1.
High school arms today. They kind of expected it for all 3 games in this series, but the Blues have used more of the permanent players, at least more than we thought they were going to. But today may be a day they're airing out all the temporary guys.
1-1 pitch, misses way outside. It's 2-1.
Lunsford, 5'11", 185 pounder from Grass Valley, California. Went to Bear River High School. Will be a junior this next season at Consummate River. 2-1 on the way.
The 2-1 pitch is popped up shallow right field. Schroeder coming in. The second baseman gives way to the right fielder, Schroeder. Almost a collision there, but they avoid it, and he makes the catch. That's going to do it here in the top of the second. The Crabs lead at 2-0 as we head to the bottom of the second inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Sinsheimer Stadium, San Luis Obispo. Bottom of the second inning, the Crabs lead the Blues 2-0. Crabs Baseball is brought to you by Cypress Grove. Cypress Grove is the leading producer of delicious artisan goat cheese. It makes you want to do the happy dance, including Humboldt Fog, one of the most famous cheeses in the country. Proudly based in Arcata, California, Cypress Grove cheeses are available at cheese shops and grocery stores nationwide and online at cypressgrovecheese.com. Nolan Long on the mound for second inning of work. He will face Darius Price, Augusto Schroeder, and Jacob LaPrairie. To Price is a line drive down the right field line. That is just foul.
Price had extra bases in his eye.
Not by a whole lot.
Price launched that home run. It was on a line yesterday.
And it is 0-1.
Carried out. Ended up being
Darius Price, he hit a solo shot yesterday out to left field. It was definitely aided by the wind. I mean, anything hit out to left this entire series has some serious carry. It's the same way today.
blowing out the same way today. You see it on the flag out in center field. Carry to left.
And I believe without the wind, it would have hit off the wall. But
Or the Crabs.
if you're a hitter here at Sinsheimer,
Left. It could go
you want to get it out to left field, especially if you're a right-handed hitter.
waiting for Price to get back in the box. There he is.
Though 1 to Price. This is outside, 1-1.
Strike. Price tied for the Cal Poly Pomona Bronco team lead in home runs last year. Showed off the power for the first time yesterday for the Blues. And Trainer wants to keep it going.
The 1-1 is fouled straight back, right above us in the press box. 1-2.
43 average, nearly 40
Gotta say the concessions here at Sinsheimer Stadium are fantastic.
runs, 22 runs batted in. Long from the windup, wide feet, and he
1-2 to Price.
Price
Is a fly ball out to center field. Crane is going to stop, move to his left, and then goes back to his right and makes the catch, one away.
Price with a rocket off the bat, but nothing to show for it.
Fly balls are an adventure. They've been the entire road schedule. Medford, Walnut Creek, here in San Luis Obispo. The wind has been a factor. So one down, that's going to bring in Augusto Schroeder. Let's talk about the concessions. I had their tri-tip sandwich here at Sinsheimer Stadium. This is Schroeder line fouled on the right field line. It's 0-1. And it was delicious. They have a barbecue pit down the third base line. Gotta say, A+.
Long from the windup,
Though one, misses way high and outside, 1-1. They also have a taco truck down the first base line.
shortstop from Arkansas State,
Fortunately, didn't get a chance to try that.
in Oklahoma.
But last time I was here, I tried it, and it was very good. The 1-1 is a chopper up the middle, glove by Luke Reese, throw over to first, 2 away. Great play by Luke Reese.
Would contest that hard 90 a little bit more, but he was thrown out by
And good job to just
defensive play by Reese.
cut in front of the second base bag, move to his left, make it look easy. 2 down.
Augusto Schroeder thought that was all the way into center, but
Standing in now for the Blues, making his
And that's going to bring in Jacob LaPrairie, another Blue making his debut here.
home debut for Jacob LaPrairie. As he swings
Pitch to LaPrairie, grounded off the glove of Billy Ham, and it kind of ricochets out into shallow right field. And that's going to be a 2-out single for Jacob LaPrairie, batting 1,000 here at his home ballpark.
LaPrairie hit a hard grounder. Ham had to dive it first, and it just bounced off his black leather.
and now batting for the Blues, wearing number 40, making his first.
And that's going to bring in Blake Wilson, also making his debut. If you just joined us, I was saying that the Blues bring in a lot of new and temporary players for their non-league games,
Santa Margarita Catholic High School.
as this series is with the Crabs, as that pitch is lined foul off to the right. It's 0-1. Because they have a lot of league games. They want to keep the regulars fresh, so they bring in a lot of different guys for these non-league games. Ergo, why so many Blues are making their debuts today.
LaPrairie gets his lead off first.
Though one, sprayed foul off to the right. It's 0-2. Blues have a huge roster.
Wilson makes his
A lot more than the Crabs have.
do it in front of a huge
Although there's a bigger population base here,
sunny day at Sinsheimer.
more players, bigger pool of players they can draw from. The 0-2 misses up high, and it's 1-2.
Santa Margarita this past year won the Trinity League for the first time in 19 years. As Wilson helped lead them to a 29-7 overall record, 14-1 in league play. 1-2.
The 1-2 is off his hands, popped up, shallow right field, and Reginato comes in and makes a nice basket catch, the Crabs right fielder, and that's going to do it here in the bottom of the second. The Crabs lead it 2-0 as we head to the top of the third. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to California's Central Coast. Top of the third inning, the Crabs lead the Blues 2-0. Crabs Baseball is brought to you by Compass Community Credit Union. Want a better bank? Try a better credit union. Compass Community Credit Union has been around for over 72 years, serving Humboldt County by guiding members to better banking. And due up for the Crabs, it will be Billy Ham, Griffin Myers, and Luke Reese.
30, Billy Ham.
4-5-6 due up in the Crabs order against Alec Narin.
Alec Narin out for his third inning of work, making his Blues debut. Pitches up high, 1-0.
His team leading 14th run batted in. So heading the count here in the third. One ball and
I believe I was told earlier that Alec Narin, their starter, is still a high schooler. The 1-0 is a swing and a miss, and it's 1-1.
So Narin out for his
I don't know if he's still going into high school or he's a graduating high school senior. The 1-1 is in there for a strike, and it's 1-2. Home plate umpire today takes his time making the strike calls. The 1-2 pitch misses just low, 2-2. The Blues thought that was strike three. The home plate umpire thought otherwise. The 2-2 pitch is popped up shallow center field. It's going to be the shortstop, Acosta, out in shallow left to make the catch. One away. And that's going to bring in Griffin Myers.
Now number 22, Griffin Myers.
Just the one strikeout so far from there, and pitching more to contact, and he's already given up 4 hits.
Pitch to Myers is outside, 1-0.
Actually, he's given up 5 hits. The scoreboard here at Sinsheimer reads 4, but he's given up 5 singles. Those were all through the first 2 innings.
The 1-0 is a liner that's going to bounce a couple of times, and the shortstop Acosta deep in the hole could not get a handle on it, and that's going to be a 1-out single for Griffin Myers. That was just a really tough spot for the shortstop Acosta to get to. Kind of a liner that bounced a couple of times on the dirt and dove to get it and kind of hit off his glove there. Runner at first, 1 out. 6th hit of the game for the Crabs. It's going to bring in Luke Reese. Pitch to Reese. Beautiful curveball right down the middle. It's 0-1.
So Myers has reached base twice. Walked in the first, a single in the third. Here's Luke Reese with a screaming liner to left to knock in a run back in the first inning.
0-1. That curveball again, but misses up. It's 1-1. Reese drove in one of the 2 runs in the top of the first.
On base percentage, OPS, doubles, and walks this past season.
The 1-1 misses low. It's 2-1.
Also reached base in a team best 23 consecutive games at one point this season. He's been all CCAA second team in the last 2 years. 2-1.
2-1 pitch. Misses up high. It's 3-1.
As a redshirt freshman, just a couple years ago, he led the Cougars in batting average, hits, runs, and runs batted in, running the gauntlet. Also led the team with 10 3-hit games.
3-1 is a swing and a miss. Foul tip at the plate. And it's 3-2.
By 2 here in the third. There's still a chance if he can get Reese to roll over, potentially get a double play ball and get out of this inning.
The 3-2 pitch is a ground ball to the left side of the infield, picked up by Acosta. He drops it, and he's not going to have a play at either first or second. And that's going to be a big break for the Crabs. Is an error on the Blues shortstop, J.P. Acosta. He couldn't get a handle on it. Now first and second, 1 out. Crabs got to make it hurt. That's going to bring in Andrew Crane.
Now Andrew Crane, the center
Now the ball that Griffin Myers singled on, that was a really tough play for Acosta deep in the hole, and of course that was ruled a hit, but that was definitely an error. It's hit right to him, and he couldn't handle it. Pitched to Crane in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1.
Andrew Crane from Chico State.
So each team with an error.
Before playing at Chico, College of San Mateo, and Cal State Monterey Bay. San Marcos native.
The 0-1 is a swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. Alec Nairn really has a nice curveball.
He's detailed in the past at Chico his admiration for Kobe Bryant. He says his favorite athlete. You know he's behind the count 0-2. More on that in a bit. 0-2.
The 0-2 pitch misses just low. It's 1-2.
Quoted as saying that Kobe's desire and passion to be a better person on the court through the Mamba mentality and just being tenacious is inspiring. This mindset translates into how he fathered his children and family, and to him, that transition from
1-2 misses low. The throw down to first, and a great catch by the first baseman, Massiangelo, to keep the ball from going into right field, as the throw from Jacob Galloway was a bit high. And that was actually strike 3 for Andrew Crane. That was a called strike. So 2 down, first and second, 2 outs. I thought that was a ball. Let's go bring in Braden Frank. Frank in there for a strike, and it's 0-1. The home plate umpire, I think, took his time making that strike call, and then, of course, the throw down to first, and I wasn't watching the plate.
So 0-1 the count on the third baseman from Sacramento State.
The 0-1 is sprayed foul off to the left. It's 0-2. Crabs trying to add on here. Caught a break with the JP Acosta error earlier on a double play ball.
Big pitch on the way. 0-2.
The 0-2 is tapped foul at the plate, still 0-2.
Still no balls and 2 strikes. Frank was first.
Crabs trying to get a big series win against a very good team. On paper, the Blues are the best team that the Crabs are going to face all season.
200-pound left-hand hitters behind the count 0-2. 2 runners on. It's Myers at second, Reese at first. As Nairn kicks and deals.
The 0-2, a swing and a miss, strike 3. And Alec Nairn gets out of it. Crabs fail to score here in the top of the third, but they lead 2-0 as we head to the bottom of the third inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM.
Official headwear provider of the California Collegiate League is
Welcome back to San Luis Obispo, bottom of the third inning. The Crabs lead the Blues 2-0. And due up for the San Luis Obispo Blues, it will be JP Acosta, Jake Hicksonbaugh, and Matt Massiangelo. Top of the order against Nolan Long. 2 good innings so far. Pitch to Acosta is grounded foul at the plate. It's 0-1.
JP Acosta, 6 foot, 185-pound freshman, heading to Long Beach State by way of Buchanan High School, where he was the Tri-River Athletic Conference Player of the Year in 2023. So far for the Blues. Blues. Just over 200, has a double, no run.
The 0-1 misses way high and outside, way over the head of Cubby Cortez.
As long
1-1 threw that basically to the backstop.
all the way to the backstop, not the shadow of a doubt that Cortez
Good thing nobody on base there.
was that ball at all. 1-1.
1-1
Costa takes inside.
misses inside, 2-1. The backstop here at Sinsheimer Park is way farther back from the plate than it is at the Arcata Ballpark. At the Arcata Ballpark, balls will bounce off the backstop right back to the catcher. That's not the case here. There's a lot more room behind the plate.
2-1, the count on Acosta. Blues trying
Ball gets away. If you're Cubby Cortez, you got to be careful. If the ball gets away, he's going to have to go chase it. The 2-1 is popped up left side of the infield. It is going to be
long calls for it.
the pitcher, Nolan Long, who actually makes the catch right in front of the mound. 1 down.
The rule is you don't let the pitcher catch
I mean, the entire infield was converging on it. Nolan Long just was right there. Of course, pitchers don't usually make a catch on pop flies, but I think he was the best person in that situation, just based on where he happened to be. So 1 down. Let's go bring in Jake Hicksonbaugh. The pitch in there for a called strike. It's 0-1.
Costa's 0 for 2. Nixonbach trying to reach.
0-1. It's a line drive that's going to get down past the diving Peyton Miller. And Andrew Crane backs it up. They get it back into the infield, but Hicksonbaugh is going to dive into second with a hustle double. Peyton Miller tried to make the diving catch. He missed it, and Andrew Crane, with the Crabs center fielder, was not that far behind him. But Jake Hicksonbaugh has some serious speed and was able to dive into second. Runner at second, 1 out now.
Number 38, the first baseman, Matt.
And that's going to bring in Matt Massiangelo.
So another runner in scoring position for the Blues. It's Hicksonbaugh again. Massiangelo comes up, grounded out to second in this exact same spot last inning.
Lefty-lefty matchup here.
Along the lefty looks back to second for Hicksonbaugh. Now kicks
The
it
pitch
Massiangelo takes
in there for a called strike. It's 0-1.
balls in 1 strike. Massiangelo's now 1 for 7 for the Blues. He had a hit in his first at bat in his debut against the Conejo Oaks. Not going to run. Since then he has 3 walks, but still looking for his second hit.
The 0-1 pitch
D'Angelo takes
in there for a called strike. It's 0-2.
quickly. No balls and 2 strikes on the left on the first baseman from CSU Bakersfield. Paced the Roadrunners in batting average this past season. Just 20 at bats, but 8 singles. So knocked in 4 and walked 5 times. Hicksonbaugh with a 1-out leadoff second.
The 0-2 pitch is a swing and a miss. Strike 3.
Second strikeout for
Good morning, good afternoon, good night
strikeout here as
for Matt Massiangelo.
Hicksonbaugh or bringing
Great pitch from Nolan Long up in the strike zone. 2 down. Runner at second. It's going to bring in TJ Adams.
got behind the ground 0-2. Finally swings. Maybe chased above the zone to strike out on 3 pitches. Adams walked back in the first inning. He was stranded there after Galloway popped out.
Pitch to Adams is popped up down the right field line. Billy Ham in foul territory is going to do the pop-up dance and make the catch. And that's going to do it here in the bottom of the third. Nolan Long works out of some more trouble. The Crabs lead at 2-0. So we head to the top of the 4th inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo, top of the 4th inning. The Crabs lead the Blues 2-0. Crabs Baseball is brought to you by North Coast Mercantile, family-owned and operated, serving Humboldt County since 1951. North Coast Merc brings you a fantastic assortment of domestic, import, and craft beers, as well as wine, spirits, non-alcoholic beverages, and snacks. Check out the North Coast Merc's Titus trailer in the new right field beer garden in the Arcata Ballpark. 8 taps featuring local microbrews, wine, and cider. And also by Humboldt Distillery. For over 10 years, Humboldt Distillery has been producing award-winning spirits. Humboldt Organic Vodka is now going to become the #1 best-selling vodka in California. Smooth enough to sip and perfect for mixing. Look for the bottle with the crab on it. Learn more at HumboldtDistillery.com. And also by Humboldt Premium. Humboldt County's premium cannabis dispensary, open 7 days a week. We offer in-store purchases, curbside pickup, and free delivery. Located at 1131 Broadway, Eureka. Phone number is 707-496-0506, and you can visit HumboldtPremium.com. New pitcher on the mound for the Blues. It is number 36, Hunter Hammond. He was a temporary player for these non-league games against the Crabs. And he is going to face Peyton Miller, Cubby Cortez, and Wyatt Reginato. Here on a beautiful day in San Luis Obispo. Crabs will play today's game and then hop on the bus for a very long trip back to Arcata, about 9 hours. And then a much-needed off day tomorrow. Pitch to Peyton Miller is lined foul on the left field line. It's 0-1. And the Crabs are back home for the rest of the season, starting on Tuesday at 7 against Seals Baseball. Going to be very happy to be back home, that's for sure. The 0-1 is in there for a called strike, and it's 0-2. I'm going to be happy that my radio partner, Benjamin Schaefer, will be back. It's been fun doing these games, but it'd be nice to have him call some innings. The 0-2 is a swing and a miss. Strike 3, nasty pitch from Hunter Hammond there. 1 away. Let's go bring in Cubby Cortez. Pitch to Cubby is in the dirt, 1-0. The 1-0, this is just outside, 2-0.
Be nice to see some of the temporary guys come in and make meaningful contributions to the game. We're seeing Hickson-Ball with 2 hits on the day, one of them a double, and Hammond can perform like he can.
2-0, just misses low. It's 3-0.
Cubby Cortez has reached once, also struck out. Hit by a pitch in the first, looking K in the second. In the count 3-0, here's Hammond's offer.
The 3-0 is fouled off down the right field line, out of play. It's 3-1. By the way, the Crabs come into this game 11-5. The Blues come in 11-8, so similar records. The 3-1 is a grounder to the left side of the infield. Acosta, the shortstop, picks it up, throw to first, 2 away. And that's going to bring in Wyatt Reginato.
I saw the same thing. That's how this infield plays. It's
Reginato already with 2 hits
like we talked about yesterday.
for the Crabs.
Ryan Baum, who's been here at Sinsheimer a bit. Can't wait back at a
2 singles. Came around to score in the first inning. Pitch to Reginato, misses way inside, 1-0.
Same bat. I've heard that Reginato had other colorful bats, but he goes with the same one today. It's that neon pink and black one with his name spelled on it.
We took a look at his Instagram. He's got at least 2 other bats that look just like this.
1-0, misses high and outside, 2-0.
What was written down there? It's his name, Wyatt Reginato, in spray painted cursive, and 31 all over the bat. You see he's wearing number 31. Today, he's got 3-1 and pink all over the pair.
Love to see it.
2-0 is a pop fly down the left field line. Hicksonball, the third baseman, making his way to the fence. And did he make the catch? No, he did not. And he tumbled, and it looked like he slammed into that fence. And he gets up, but he's limping a bit. That was a tough play for Jake Hicksonball. I mean, that was a really tough collision with the fence out there in left field next to the Crabs bullpen. But it looks like he's relatively okay. And he was running really fast at that wall. I mean, the fact that he got up and went right back to his position, I think, is a pretty good sign. 2-1 to Reginato is low, and it's 3-1. The 3-1 is a high pop fly to right. Schroeder coming in and it calls off the second baseman, and he'll make the catch, and that's going to do it. Here in the top of the fourth, the Crabs failed to score, but they lead it 2-0 as we head to the bottom of the fourth inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Sinsheimer Stadium. Bottom of the fourth inning. The Crabs lead the Blues 2-0. Crabs Baseball is brought to you by Crestmark Millworks. Crestmark Millwork is a local manufacturer of custom cabinetry and millwork for commercial projects throughout California and Oregon, creating signature elements of extraordinary spaces since 1997. Crestmark's amazing creations can be seen at crestmarkmillwork.com. It's going to be Jacob Galloway leading off for the Blues. He'll be followed by Darius Price and Augusto Schroeder against Nolan Long. Pitch to Galloway, just low, 1-0. Nolan Long has pitched effectively, but he's had a few very wild pitches, including one that went all the way to the backstop, which is pretty far away from the plate. The 1-0 is in there for a strike, and it's 1-1. Do a few wild pitches in the warm-up before this inning, too. The 1-1 is a high chopper to Luke Reese. Plays it on a couple of hops. Throw to first, and it way airmails Billy Ham. And that's going to be, we'll see what it's called. I believe they're going to call it a hit for Galloway. I mean, it bounded way up high for Reese. He had to jump up and get it. So I agree with that hit call there. He would have, Galloway probably would have beat it out anyway. So leadoff single, and let's go bring in Darius Price. Pitch to Price is fouled straight back. It's 0-1.
Darius Price, very happy to be here. He's a guy that has a simple approach. Going up to the plate, doesn't change it if he's struggling or if he's doing well. He's just hunting his zone, hunts what he likes, and he goes after it.
Outfielder Miller plays him deep after yesterday night's blast. 1.
Yeah, one is fouled off out of play to the right, and it's 0-2.
Well, I love the meme that you put out on social media. If you haven't seen it yet, go follow the Blues on Twitter or Instagram. It's photo broadcasters love that term, so that was right up my alley. 0-2.
The 0-2 fouled straight back.
No balls and 2 strikes still.
It remains 0-2.
Rice lined out deep to center.
A lot of Crab fans here.
Right in the
San Luis Obispo.
in the second inning.
Crabs fans always show up on the road. Also a lot of player families. Player families that are based in Southern California.
Balls, 2 strikes. Galloway's
Farthest south that will go this season. The 0-2 is fouled off the hands back to the screen. It's still 0-2.
I kind of like Connemara College. We happened to play Riverside a few times. Sorry about sweeping them in the regular season.
so your team didn't play it.
Home plate umpire getting some more baseballs.
The price in the end because we were in the Final Four with them. And they got the last out. Good run for the Comets. Good run.
So you played against Derek.
I did. Yeah, I didn't realize that until today.
Pretty awesome. No balls, 2 strikes. Runner at first is Galloway after his inning starting single. Going long from the stretch. Lefty kicks and deals.
The 0-2 pitch misses up high, 1-2.
2 strikes.
That was a funny conversation with Garrett. Our two teams really like each other. So,
These 2 teams haven't liked each other all that much.
no, it's
Crabs are out in front. Pitch.
The 1-2 is popped up shallow right field. Reginado broke back, now breaks back in, and the second baseman Lunsford gives way to the right fielder Reginado, who makes the catch. 1 down. Fly balls have been an adventure today. I think more than in the past 2 games. It's going to bring in Gusto Schroeder. Something interesting happened before yesterday's ball game. The Blues manager, Dean Traynor, was ejected during the lineup card exchange. Throw over to first, and Galloway's back in standing. Apparently he was still upset about some calls that didn't go his way on Friday, and so he was ejected in the lineup card exchange. Pitch to Schroeder, in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1. And he ended up sitting up here in the booth right behind me the entire game. Watching the game. I believe he's back down there on the field today. The 0-1 misses up high, 1-1. There's some bad blood between these 2 teams after Friday's game. Both of the benches cleared, and we're kind of just standing around barking at each other after the last out, but nothing else really transpired. And then nothing really happened yesterday. The 1-1 in there for a called strike, and it's 1-2. Both of these teams storied franchises. Of course, the Crabs have been around since 1945. Blues have been around since 46. Both have deep roots in their communities. A lot of people show up to Blues games. The 1-2 is high and outside, 2-2. Sinsheimer Stadium, beautiful place to watch a baseball game. There is seat back seating all the way around home plate and down the baselines.
difficult to get a judge on.
2-2.
2-2 to Schroeder, lone inside 3-2. And I think the coolest feature of this ballpark is behind the seat back seating all the way around is a grass berm. And people like to set up lawn chairs, blankets. Really cool setup here. The 3-2 is a swing and a miss, strike 3, high fastball. Schroeder waves and misses at it. 2 down. Galloway remains at first. That's going to bring in Jacob LaPrairie. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, lots of great food here at Sinsheimer Stadium. They definitely do the concessions very well here.
Now Jacob LaPrairie, the single in the second was his first hit as a Blue. His home debut.
Pitch LaPrairie in there for a called strike, 0-1. Big thank you to the Blues organization for treating me so well and hosting me. The press box here is very nice.
2-game sweep at the hands of Arroyo Seco. He's going to hit his first at bat at home. 0-1 on the way.
The 0-1 in there for a called strike, and it's 0-2. Definitely love coming here. Every time a road trip to San Luis Obispo is on the schedule, I definitely get super excited. This was circled on my calendar for a long time. The 0-2 runner goes, pitches up high. The throw down to second is wide left off the glove of Luke Reese, but Lunsford backs him up quickly, and Joey Galloway, Jacob Galloway is going to steal second. So runner in scoring position with 2 outs, a 1-2 count on Jacob LaPrairie. 1-2 is fouled straight back to the screen, still 1-2. One of 3 different Jakes on this starting lineup. Well, 1 Jake and 2 Jacobs. The 1-2 way over his head, the head of the hitter LaPrairie, and it's 2-2. Nolan Long has been effective, like I said, but he has uncorked some very wild pitches.
Well, you know, I like Louisiana, but there's no mountains in Louisiana. And here he's in slow. You got mountains in the outfield. Come through for slow.
The 2-2 pitch, runner goes for third, pitches outside, and Galloway had such a good jump. There's not even going to be a throw from Cubby Cortez. So runner at third now with 2 outs. 3-2 pitch, misses low and outside, ball 4. So LaPrairie over to first and third with 2 down, and that's going to bring in Blake Wilson. And Crabs pitching coach Eric Giacone is going to head out to the mound to talk to Nolan Long. Nolan Long at 65 pitches here with 2 outs in the 4th. Crabs Baseball is brought to you by the Heart of Humboldt. The Heart of Humboldt is a beloved local institution deeply rooted in the vibrant community of Arcata. With a rich history and unwavering commitment to our neighbors, our dispensaries become a trusted gathering place for all. Discover a wide range of products and experience the welcoming atmosphere that has made us a cherished part of Humboldt. And by Coast Central Credit Union, anyone can join. When you bank at Coast Central, you directly support $650,000 in giving to local organizations like the Crabs. And with great rates, extraordinary service from a team that really cares, and 11 locations, you'll love the credit union difference. Eric Giacone heads back to the Crabs dugout, and Nolan Long is going to have to work out of some traffic yet again. First and third, 2 outs. Blake Wilson at the plate. Pitch to Wilson is a fly ball out to right field. Reginado is going to range back a little bit, and he'll make the catch, and that's going to do it. Here in the bottom of the 4th, the Blues fail to score. The Crabs lead at 2-0 as we head to the top of the 5th inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to California Central Coast, top of the 5th inning. The Crabs lead the Blues 2-0. Crabs Baseball is brought to you by Harper Motors. Harper Motors is proud to be one of America's oldest automobile dealerships. Established in 1912 in Eureka, we are a true family business. We are also your trusted local Ford dealer. Browse our new Ford inventory online and visit our showroom daily and take a test drive. Harper Motors will donate $50. District 26 Little League for every home run the Crabs hit this season. Go Crabs, go. Here in the top of the fifth, Crabs will send up Colby Lunsford, Billy Ham, and Griffin Myers against Hunter Hammond. Yes, that is Hunter Hammond, still out on the mound. On a beautiful day here in San Luis Obispo. Pretty much same weather as last two games. Upper 60s, sunny and windy. And the weather on the road trip has been really good the entire time. Gotten super lucky with the weather, even back in Danville where we started this road trip. Crabs trying to take the series from the San Luis Obispo Blues. Colby Lunsford will step in. And the pitch is a swing and a foul tip. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. In there for a called strike. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. 1-2. One-two pitch is a swing and a miss and a nasty breaking ball. Low and inside. One down. That's going to bring in Billy Ham. Crabs really have largely been shut down since the first inning when they got their 2 runs. Pitch to Ham. In there for a called strike, and it's 0-1. Pitch in there for a strike, it's 0-2. The 0-2 is a liner on a hop to the second baseman, Wilson. He spins around, throws to first, 2 down. What a good play by the second baseman for the Blues, Blake Wilson, who made a difficult play look very easy. That's going to bring in Griffin Myers. I think the Crabs are really going to want some insurance against this Blues team. Pitch to Myers is low, 1-0. Crabs pitching has been very good, but the way this road trip has gone, I do not trust a 2-run lead against the San Luis Obispo Blues. The 1-0, way inside, almost hit Myers, 2-0. Crabs, of course, started this road trip in Danville where they blew 2 straight games late. The 2-0, up high 3-0. They were able to hold on for the 1-run win on Friday, and then, of course, getting shut out yesterday, 5-0. 3-0 misses high and inside, ball 4, so Myers walks on 4 pitches. And that's going to bring in Luke Reese. Our first 2 away.
The first thing that comes to mind, he was throwing strikes on that outer half to righties. It was starting to expand the zone that way.
Pitch to Reese is low, 1-0.
inning for the Crabs. Blues haven't scored. There's been no scoring since that top of the first. 2-0 score still holds. Hammond comes
1-0 pitch, way high and inside. 2-0.
zone for Hunter Hammond.
We've seen this a lot in this series, but also throughout the whole summer. Hammond coming
And
with that front foot.
Jacob Galloway is going to go out to talk to Hunter Hammond, the Blues pitcher.
This is a new pitching mechanic that we've been seeing as of late to generate more torque.
Give you some scores from around the major leagues. The Arizona Diamondbacks lead the Giants 4-2 at Oracle Park in San Francisco.
Loading into that back hip hinge, and it's easier to unleash.
Nationals lead the Padres 4-1 in San Diego. Reese back in.
Sometimes the unfortunate thing is people do substitute velocity for control.
The 2-0
Trying to find the zone.
in there for a called strike, and it's 2-1.
It's like the guy on TikTok. There'll be guys that like who will pitch workouts. Fun fact. That is my high school.
2-1 misses up high, and it's 3-1.
I finally hit 90 miles an hour. Well, yeah, you threw all balls to a fake mitt. Now 3 balls, 1 strike on Luke Reese. Andrew Crane stands on deck. Runner at first and 2 outs. And picks there. Myers is
Throw over to first, and Myers back in safely.
high school coach has TikTok presence. Is that where you picked up the social media?
He has a huge TikTok presence. It came out. It kind of happened during the pandemic. Everyone was getting popular.
3-1 in there for a called strike, and the count goes full 3-2.
No, I didn't. I didn't really. I think we started at the same time. But he has a head start. Millions of followers. So,
Throw full count. Myers will move from first.
Throw to first, and they picked Griffin Myers off. They caught him leaning, and he had a hard time sliding back to first, and that's going to end the inning. Crabs fail to score. They lead 2-0 as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo, bottom of the 5th inning. The Crabs lead the Blues 2-0. Due up for the Blues, it'll be the top of the order: J.P. Acosta, Jake Hickson-Baugh, and Matt Massiangelo.
Long stays out there.
Against Nolan Long,
Popping out to Long in third.
it's been a bit wild, but he's been effective. I guess you'd call that effectively wild.
Lefty back from the windup. Dixon deals over.
Pitch to Acosta as a ground ball to the left side of the infield. Third baseman Braden Frank picks it up. Throw to first. 1 away.
One pitch, 1 out.
1 pitch, 1 out. That's always good if you're a Crabs pitcher. It's going to bring in Jake Hickson-Baugh.
Made the error at shortstop for the Blues on the wicket opposite. How come those
Now
are
it's
the
step 1, the third baseman from Monterey Peninsula, Jake Hickson-Baugh.
Hickson-Baugh has 2 of the Blues now above 500, well above 500 on the season for the Blues.
Pitch to Hickson-Baugh is low, 1-0.
Just as he did in high school last year. 543 in 117 plate appearances.
The 1-0 is in there for a strike. It's 1-1.
And you know, you can look at that at high school level and be like, okay, he's come in here, he's done this the exact same thing, and it doesn't even look like it's been too hard for him. 1-1. That's
1-1 is a ground ball up the middle. The shortstop, Reese, overthrows Billy Ham for the second time in this game.
I thought that ball was a rocket up.
And we'll see how this is ruled.
He gets credit for a hit. He's 3 for 3.
So that is going to be ruled a hit. So Hicksonbaugh is going to have an infield single. But for the second time, Luke Reese just airmails Billy Ham. I don't believe he's going to be charged. He still doesn't have an error in this game, despite overthrowing first base twice, because they were tough plays where the base runner probably would have made it anyway. So runner at first, 1 out. It's going to bring in Matt Massiangelo. Pitches in there for a strike, and it's 0-1.
Massiangelo took 2 fastballs for strikes to start his at-bat and then swung above the zone at a breaking ball. A strike out on 3 pitches back in the 3rd. Sinsheimer with the lead at first. Long working for the stretch. He aims and fires.
The 0-1, right down the middle for a called strike. It's 0-2.
So Massiangelo's going to readjust the batting gloves, step back in. He's just been behind in counts all day today. On the way.
The 0-2 called strike 3. Great slider from Nolan Long. Sends Massiangelo back to the dugout, 2 away.
Knew it.
And that's going to bring in TJ Adams, runner at first, 2 down.
Just want to get one of those pitches earlier on in the at-bat. I feel like that's where he lost it. He took strike 1. Long was able to go right back to that same spot for strike 2 and then get him away on that slider for strike 3.
There's DJ Adams.
Pitch to Adams is low, 1-0.
It's just been a tough day at the plate for Massiangelo. It's like the one hitter that's gotten the toughest pitches from Nolan Long, and it's been him in every at-bat.
1-0, and there for a called strike, it's 1-1.
1 ball and 1 strike. Adams is a guy that could tie this game up with 1 swing. He was the one that, when we got here the first game for batting practice, his power was making the most of him, putting him out despite the wind knocking down fly balls. 1-1.
1-1 is a line drive that's going to get over the head of the second baseman Lunsford into right field for a base hit. It's hit bobbled by Reginato, and that's going to allow Hicksonbaugh to score, and it's 2-1 now. Blues cut the lead in half. The ball was hit right over the head of the second baseman Colby Lunsford, and then Reginato booted it as Hicksonbaugh was at third, allowing him to score. So the Crabs, usually very sure-handed defensively, commit their second error. And Colby Lunsford was racing to cover second, and it was just hit right where he would have been if he hadn't moved. So Adams will head to second on that same error. 2 outs. Let's go bring in Jacob Galloway. Pitch Galloway is low, 1-0.
That's the admirable thing about Hicksonbaugh. Guy's fearless.
He also knows he's only here for a couple more games. Doesn't matter if he runs through a stop sign.
Even when he was playing, he's had that same mentality.
The 1-0 is off of the leg of Nolan Long, and he goes down. Cubby Cortez is going to get to it, and he's not going to have a play, and Nolan Long is hurt. He immediately went down after the ball struck him in the leg, and Crabs trainer Nate Keys is going to go out there. It's going to be an infield single for Galloway. Adams to third,
That's the foot he pushes on.
and that's a shame.
It's an important one.
That just always hurts. Long is feeling it right now. We're going to take a break.
And Nolan Long is
Blues will have runners at first.
walking around a little bit behind the mound. But he immediately went down after he was hit, I think in the ankle. And he's back on the mound. And I think the Crabs trainer, Nate Keys, is going to just watch him and make sure he's okay to pitch. His first warm-up pitch looked really good, right down the middle. Of course, I am not the trainer. His throws look good for my untrained eye out here. And Nate Keys and Robin Guyver agree, and Nolan Long is going to stay out there. What a trooper. I mean, it did not look good at first. So, Darius Price will step in. Runners at first and third and 2 outs. And according to the Blues, that was 93 miles per hour off the bat. Ouch. Pitch to Price is popped up down the right field line. Reginato racing in. Lunsford also racing in. It's going to be Lunsford who makes the catch out in foul territory. And Nolan Long, despite getting dinged up a little bit, gets out of it. Still with the lead intact. The Blues get a run here in the bottom of the fifth. The Crabs lead at 2-1 as we head to the top of the sixth inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo. Top of the sixth inning, the Crabs lead the Blues 2-1. Well, I just witnessed history here at Sinsheimer Stadium. So at the end of the fifth inning, the Blues play a very fun game where each fan gets to rent one or more tennis balls, and those tennis balls have numbers on them. They set a little bucket right behind home plate, and all the fans just toss all the tennis balls and try to get it into the bucket. And for the first time this season, a fan actually made it into the bucket behind home plate. And the bucket is really small. It's like one of those little Ace Hardware buckets, and it is difficult to get one into that bucket. But for the first time this season, a fan actually did it. So that was cool to see. And the fan, if you get a tennis ball into the bucket, you win 2 Blues tickets. Be a cool thing to do at the Arcata ballpark at some point. All right, so due up for the Crabs, it will be Luke Reese, Andrew Crane, and Braden Frank. After an error by the right fielder, Wyatt Reginato allowed a run to score in the bottom of the fifth inning. Crabs in a tight ball game here on getaway day. After today's game, the Crabs will make the trip back home to Arcata. But it is a beautiful Sunday afternoon here in San Luis Obispo. Believe, yes, it is still Hunter Hammond out on the mound for the Blues. The Crabs win today and take the series. It is not going to be easy. Blues team is very good. We're playing a lot of new players, but I think their ability to get good players from around the area is very apparent. The pitch is in there for a strike, and it's 0-1 to Luke Reese, followed by Andrew Crane, Braden Frank. The 0-1 inside, and it's 1-1.
I mean, we see, what have we seen? At least a couple thousand tennis balls thrown in the summer. That's the first one to go in.
1-1 in the dirt, and it's 2-1.
We got to get one of our stats guys to do the odds of that happening.
What was the exit velo on that?
2-1, way high and inside. Reese ducks out of the way, and it's 3-1.
Launch angle of it, it looked like it came from up on the grass on that third base side.
3-1, a swing and a miss. Foul tipped in the glove. Count goes full 3-2.
So Hammond, another 3-2 count. He deals.
The 3-2 pitch just misses outside, ball 4. Leadoff walk for the Crabs.
On the board with nobody out.
And that's going to bring in Andrew Crane.
Andrew Crane.
It's the second straight walk by Hammond, going back to last game as well. You gotta know Andrew Crane, the center fielder from Chico State. You want to talk about athletic achievements? Chico State's player profile page on Andrew Crane listed his quote, "The most impressive thing he's ever done is winning a donut contest when he was 9 years old."
Pitch to Crane, misses up high, 1-0.
No strikes. He said, this is a quote too, "I had to eat a stepped-on donut that was on the street in order to break the tie and secure the victory. I beat a bunch of 40 and 50-year-olds, including my dad." He put that online.
Stepped on.
It's over to first, and Reese is back in safely.
I honestly didn't know what a donut contest was until you provided it with the heat. I thought it was some sort of sport.
Did you ever play the one where they have the little mini ones and they hang them on the string and you have to keep
1-0 in there for a called strike, and it's 1-1. Got to give a lot of credit to the Blues broadcast team. They do great research on even the opposing players. And they were talking about how Andrew Crane apparently won a donut eating contest.
I've never used a banner, a social media post. I've never seen anything.
1-1, swing and a miss, 1-2. I don't know if that was back in college or. That's a cool feat. Donut sounds really good right now, not going to lie. It's over to first, and Luke Reese back in safely.
Any fun facts you want to throw on the pager? Oh, yeah, I got one. What donut contest was that?
The 1-2 is lashed and down the third base line, and a great play by Hicksonbaugh to get to it, but it ticks off his glove, and he's not going to have a play, and Andrew Crane is going to have an infield single. I mean, that was a great play by Hicksonbaugh just to get to that baseball, but it just did not stay in his glove. So it's going to be first and second with nobody out. And that's going to bring in Braden Frank. A big chance here for the Crabs to add on. I think if the Crabs are going to win this game, they do need to add on. Pitch to Frank. He bunts it down the third base line. It's 0-1. Crabs pitching has been good, but still have nightmares from the first 2 games of the road trip. And scoring 2 runs in the first inning, I don't think it's going to do it. Hopefully I'm wrong, though. The 0-1 in there for a called strike. He showed bunt. Takes a strike 0-2. Blues have done a good job. Their pitching staff as a whole pitching out of traffic. The Crabs have put a good amount of pressure on Blues pitching. And since the first inning, they've gotten out of it. 0-2 is a pop-up out to left field. LaPrairie, the left fielder, going back a few steps, makes the catch, 1 down. And that's going to bring in Peyton Miller. Peyton Miller's 1 for 2 today. Single and a strikeout.
This is a guy, pretty good candidate for the Crabs here to move the runners over. Contact here at a UOP, batted .304 in his freshman season.
Pitch to Miller, shows bunt and bunts it down the third base line. It's 0-1. Peyton Miller, he uses that bunt as a weapon quite a bit. And we'll see if he tries to bunt again here. It's a 0-1 count. Runners at first and second and 1 out. Crabs up 2-1 here in the top of the 6th inning. The 0-1. Peyton Miller straight up and takes a pitch in the dirt, 1-1.
Miller was the Thousand Oaks School Varsity Sports MVP in 2022. Hails from Thousand Oaks, California, went to Thousand Oaks High School, and had a University of Costa.
1-1 is a line drive into left field. That's a base hit. Luke Reese is going to get the stop sign at third, and the bases are loaded with 1 out. And there's really no chance Luke Reese is going to score from third. LaPrairie, the left fielder, got in on that ball quickly. But a big chance for the Crabs to add on. And that's going to bring in Crabs leadoff hitter Cubby Cortez. Pitch to Cortez is lashed foul down the third base line. It's 0-1. Crabs pitching coach Eric Giacone almost made a very nice catch next to the Crabs dugout, but just got past him. The 0-1 in the dirt, corralled nicely by Jacob Galloway, the Blues catcher, and it's 1-1. Misses outside, 2-1. Cubby Cortez coming into this game, leading the team in walks. The base is loaded. That would be big here. The 2-1 is a line drive into left center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Reese coming in from third. He's going to score. Crane racing around third. The play at the plate. He's safe, and the Crabs lead it 4-1. Andrew Crane just got past the tag of Jacob Galloway, and what a huge hit for Cubby Cortez to drive in 2 runs on the RBI single. Miller over to second. First and second, 1 away. And the Blues manager, Dean Trainer, out to argue the play at the plate. It's a good throw from left fielder LaPrairie into the plate, and Crane just got past the tag of, just evaded the tag of Jacob Galloway. Dean Trainer, of course, already has had some serious beef with the umpires in this series. He was ejected in the lineup card exchange, I believe, by the same home plate umpire, and spent the entire game yesterday up here in the press box. And he is getting increasingly heated. We'll see if he gets run again. And he's going to go from behind home plate, and he's going to go out to the mound, and we'll see if he makes the change. And it looks like he will. So the Blues are going to make a pitching change. 2 runs in here in the top of the 6th. The Crabs lead at 4-1. Runners at first and second. And the crowd reacted to something. Was the Blues manager thrown out again? Oh, no, and he's going to go out to the third base umpire. And the Blues manager, Dean Trainer, has had some serious issues with the umpire, and he is going out to talk to the third base umpire. The home plate umpire is trying to stop him. And they're trying to hold him back from the third base umpire. So I do believe he has been ejected, the Blues manager, for the 2nd straight game. And the home plate umpire is still out there in the infield trying to hold the Blues manager back from going at the third base umpire. And now the Blues manager, Dean Traynor, will turn back around and is now heading back towards the mound. Now he's turning back to yell at the third base umpire again. The dude needs to take a chill pill. He has been very angry this entire series. And now he's headed back towards the dugout. Okay, so the Blues make a pitching change now after that situation is calmed down a bit. Crabs lead at 4-1, top of the sixth. We're going to take a quick 1-minute break. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo. Top of the sixth inning. The Crabs lead 4-1. Their runners at first and second with one out, and a pitching change made by the Blues in the game is number 9, Brett Pinkerton. There are some more theatrics that came from the Blues manager, Dean Traynor, who was ejected before the pitching change was made, ejected in his second straight game. After we went to break, he was going back towards the dugout and then decided to come back out to home plate and kick dirt on the plate. And if you just tuned in, Dean Traynor in yesterday's game was ejected in the lineup card exchange because he was arguing with the umpires about a call or calls that were made on Friday night. So he has had some serious beef with this umpiring crew. And of course, there was the situation after Friday's game, after the final out was made, where both teams came out of their dugouts or were kind of chirping at each other. So there's been some fireworks in this series. For the second straight game, Dean Traynor will be watching the game probably from the press box. He was in the press box the entire game yesterday. So Wyatt Reginato will step in. Crabs trying to add on to their 4-1 lead. One out here on the top of the sixth. Runners at first and second. Pitch to Reginato is in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1.
The two things you can do there, you can fire up your team, but also the umpires for the rest of this game are most likely going to be anti-play.
Well, these umpires are local, so we could also see them somewhere down the road, back again at Sinsheimer or in another CCL game.
0-1.
Remember the name Dean Traynor.
Just misses outside, 1-1.
Thrown out from his second straight game. Blues have to maneuver through the last couple innings of this one without their leader. 1 ball, 1 strike on Wyatt Reginato. Right fielder from Folsom Lake College came into this game with a 4.47. Hit here might bring in another run for the Crabs.
The 1-1 pitch is a line drive into right center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Peyton Miller is getting waved around third. He is going to score the play at second. And Reginato is thrown out trying to get to second, and now Robin Guyver is going to go out and argue the call. Cubby Cortez over to third on the play. No one's happy with the umpires today. And Robin Guyver, unlike Dean Traynor, is a very calm guy. Very rarely gets animated. And the conversation is very quick. And so the call at second is going to stand. Reginato thrown out. And a run in. And the Crabs lead it 5-1. Colby Lunsford steps in.
So Reginato out trying to stretch the single into a double. There have been 4 hits in the inning on top of the inning starting walk by Hunter Hammond. Reginato the latest.
And a pitch to Lunsford is a high drive deep to left field. Left fielder looking up. That ball is gone. Colby Lunsford, a deep shot off the light pole in left field, his 3rd home run of the season. And the Crabs lead it 7-1. That was a shot out to left. That was a no-doubter, clanking off of the light pole. Colby Lunsford. That would have easily been a freeway ball back at home. And I believe the first base umpire has thrown somebody else out of the Blues dugout.
Someone else just got thrown out for the Blues.
Man, a lot going on. 5 runs here in the 6th.
Trainer was thrown out yesterday, and Robbie Lardner was thrown out yesterday. Now Dean Trainer ejected once again, and someone else from the Blues dugout has been yanked.
So the Blues manager's already been ejected, and someone else has already been ejected in the dugout.
Testy play here at Sinsheimer Stadium this weekend, not reflective of what
Tempers have been hot in this series, as you would expect, between these 2 storied franchises. I mean, the Blues are a big rival of the Crabs. Pitch to Ham is low, 1-0. And I would say the 2 biggest rivals of the Crabs are the Medford Rogues and the San Luis Obispo Blues. It used to be the Reading Colt 45s, but we have not played them in several years. The 1-0, check swing, and it's a called strike, 1-1.
comes in. Back-to-back hits, one of them a homer. The Crabs have 5 hits and 5 runs in this inning.
The 1-1 is a grounder fair down the first base line. The first baseman throws to the pitcher covering, and just in time is going to get Billy Ham, who tried to dive for the first base bag, but a very entertaining inning. Here in the top of the 6th, the Crabs get 5 runs, including a 2-run shot off the light pole out in left field from Colby Lunsford, and the Crabs lead at 7-1 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. You're listening to very exciting Crabs baseball on ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo. Bottom of the 6th inning, the Crabs lead the Blues 7-1 after a 5-run top of the 6th that included a 2-run bomb off of the bat of Colby Lunsford for his 3rd home run of the season. And a new pitcher on the mound for the Crabs. It is number 7, Clayton Ray. And he will face Augusto Schroeder, Jacob LaPrairie, and Blake Wilson. Give you some of the numbers on Clayton Ray. Clayton Ray, 8 1/3 innings pitched, comes in with a 1-run record and 1 save. He has given up 9 runs, only 7 of those earned, 6 walks, 10 strikeouts. And also in the top of the 6th, there were 2 members of the Blues that were ejected from the ball game. Blues manager Dean Traynor ejected for a second straight game. He was ejected yesterday in the lineup card exchange before the game. And then another unnamed member of the Blues was ejected from the dugout after the Lunsford home run. Pitch to Schroeder is a high fly ball deep to left field. That's going to get down in the left field gap and hit up against the wall. And Schroeder slipped, but ball was so far out there, he'll get to second easily with a leadoff double. And look, several times this season the Crabs have had big leads, and those games have not ended in wins. So I don't think the Crabs dugout is in any way comfortable with the 6-run lead. And so that's going to bring in Jacob LaPrairie. Pitch to LaPrairie is popped up down the left field line. Frank, third baseman, takes a look, but it's out of play. It's 0-1. Low one, a swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. The 0-2. This is just low. Nope, it's a called strike, and I guess that's strike 3, right? But LaPrairie's standing at the plate for a while. Now he goes back to the dugout. Took a while for the home plate umpire to make that call, and he kind of just did a normal strike call and not a, your typical strike 3 call that you see a home plate umpire make. But there was strike 3. Back to the dugout he goes, and that's going to bring in Blake Wilson. Runner on second, 1 down.
So here's Blake Wilson, 40, Blake Wilson. Second baseman, 2 pop-outs to right in his debut for the Blues.
Pitch to Wilson, misses outside, 1-0.
Blues second to last non-league game of the year. They've taken opportunity to throw some high school arms out there. Pitched pretty well until Pinkerton gave up the home run. Really opened this game up. It's now 7.
1-0, swing and a miss. It's 1-1. The 1-1 is down the right field line and foul. 1-2.
Still looking for his first Blues hit. He's hit 2 weak fly balls to right field. Both we thought might have had a chance of falling, but didn't quite fall in for base hits.
The 1-2. Fly ball down the right field line. First baseman Ham making his way foul territory. He slips and falls, and that's going to fall foul. That's really tough for Billy Ham. He had a beat on it and then just slipped on the grass and fell right back on his backside. And I mean, I don't know if he would have made the catch if he stayed upright, but definitely had a chance at it. That's just a tough play for the first baseman running away from home plate down the line. So it's 1-2 to Blake Wilson. The 1-2 pitch is a ground ball to the left side of the infield. Diving stop by Braden Frank. He's up and he's not going to have a play. Blake Wilson has a lot of speed going down the line, but what a play for Braden Frank, diving and making the catch on the ground ball, but just unable to get up and get Blake Wilson in time. What a great effort. So first and third with 1 out. That's going to bring in the top of the order in J.P. Acosta. Pitch to Acosta is a pop fly out to shallow right, and that's going to be caught by the second baseman Lunsford. The runner at third, Schroeder, was way down the line, but he gets back to third in time. 2 away. That was a tough play by Colby Lunsford with his back turned to home plate. I didn't think he had much of a shot, to be honest, but he made a great catch over his shoulder. First and third, 2 down. Doing it with the bat and the glove. Colby Lunsford, it bounces in the dirt, gets away from Cubby Cortez, and Schroeder's going to score on the wild pitch, and it's 7-2. Blake Wilson down to second. And as I explained earlier, the backstop here at Sinsheimer Stadium is very far away from home plate. It's not like the Arcata Ballpark where the backstop is really relatively close to home plate. And Cubby Cortez really had no chance there. It shot away and off to the left towards the Crabs dugout. He had no play. The 1-0 in there for a called strike. It's 1-1. I mean, if that happened at the Arcata Ballpark, there's a chance that that ball would have just shot right back to Cubby Cortez, but not here. The 1-1 is a ground ball to the left side of the infield. Braden Frank, the third baseman, picks it up, throw to first, and that's going to do it. The Crabs limit the damage to 1 run here in the bottom of the 6th. The Crabs still lead it 7-2 as we head to the top of the 7th inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo, top of the 7th inning. The Crabs lead the Blues 7-2. And due up for the Crabs, it will be Griffin Myers, Luke Reese, and Andrew Crane against Brett Pinkerton. Crabs with a very entertaining 5-run top of the 6th inning, which included a very long home run out to left field by Colby Lunsford. Now the wind is pushing balls out to left field, but I think even without the wind, that would have been out. It just wouldn't have been quite as spectacular. Crabs looking to get the series win and have a happy bus ride back to Arcata. Pitch to Griffin Myers is inside 1-0. The 1-0 is a ground ball through the left side of the infield for a base hit. Griffin Myers with a leadoff single. And that's going to bring in Luke Reese.
Number 4, Luke Reese.
Pitch to Reese in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 throwback to first, and Myers back in safely.
To end the 5th inning, so Pinkerton wants to try something with his lefty now. Not in time. 0-1 on the way.
The 0-1
Reese takes it.
in there for a called strike. It's 0-2.
Balls and 2 strikes. Reese so far today has reached all 3 times. Singled in the first, reach on there in the third. Walked and scored in that 5-run sixth. That was just last inning.
Pinkerton steps off and looks Myers back to first. Myers was picked off
3 hits, including
last time he was on base.
2.
0-2 is a line drive through the left side of the infield for a base hit. Myers is going to stop a second, and the Crabs have something going again here in the 7th. First and second, nobody out.
Toward the left side of the infield. These are 2 singles in a row that are perfectly placed in the 5.5 hole.
The batter now will be Andrew Crane, donut eating champion center fielder from
And that's going to bring in Andrew Crane.
He's 1 for 3.
And the Blues, I assume pitching coach. Well, they've had 2 members of their dugout ejected today. So I don't really know. But somebody from the coaching staff is out there to talk to the Blues pitcher, Brett Pinkerton. While they do that, let's go over some more scores around Major League Baseball. Believe the Giants game has gone final. The Arizona Diamondbacks beat the Giants 5-2 at Oracle Park in San Francisco. Giants still end up getting 2 out of 3 in that series. And a tough game for the Oakland A's in Toronto, losing 12-1. And how about that Angels-Rockies game yesterday? Angels winning 25-1. I believe they scored 23 runs in the first 4 innings. I mean, even in Denver, that's impressive. So Andrew Crane will step in. Mr. Crane, he shows button, bunts it fouled on the third base line. It's 0-1.
You don't tend to see sacrifice bunts in 5-run games.
Don't forget, kids, you can meet
Crabs
Blue
want to
Bell
pile
here
this
at
one
the
on
top
against
of
the
the stairs.
Kansas to advance 2 runners to scoring position. The count on the center fielder from Chico State. As Pinkerton comes set, looks back at second. That's where Myers is. First is Reese. Pinkerton kicks and deals.
The 0-1 is tapped foul at the plate. 0-2.
No balls, 2 strikes. Andrew Crane, 6 foot, 175-pound senior.
Well, no matter how this game ends, this has definitely been a fun series. More fun on Friday and today. The Blues were just dominant yesterday.
Here it comes.
Though, too, and it's tapped down the third base line. That's going to stay fair. The pitcher, Pinkerton, picks it up. He's not going to have a play, and the Crabs are going to have the bases loaded with nobody out. Basically, swinging bunt just to the left of the mound, and Pinkerton got to it quickly, but had no play. Big chance for the Crabs to add on here. And Braden Frank will step in.
And the batter with the bases loaded after 3 straight singles to open this inning. Braden Frank, third baseman.
Pitch to Frank. Good breaking ball in there for a strike. It's 0-1.
In there, strike 1. Myers at third, Reese at second, Crane at first. This game has gotten out of hand from San Luis Obispo. The rubber match of this series. A 1 on the way.
The 0-1 is a pop fly left side of the infield. The shortstop going out there, and it's off his glove. And Myers is going to head home, and the play at third, and Reese is safe. The Crabs lead at 8-2, and it is still bases loaded, nobody out.
It's 8-2, bases are still loaded.
I mean, what an effort from the Blues shortstop, J.P. Acosta, to go out there and shallow left field and kind of dove for it and just hit off of his glove.
Landed on that left knee a little awkwardly. Costa knows
And what a sequence for the Crabs starting in the 6th inning. And the coach for the Blues is going to go out to the mound, and I believe he is going to take Pinkerton out of this game, and he will. So bases loaded for the Crabs here in the top of the 7th. A run in already. They lead it 8-2. We're going to go back to the studio for 1 minute for the Blues pitching change. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo. Things are going well for the Crabs right now. A run in already here in the top of the 7th. They have the bases loaded with nobody out. And on the mound for the San Luis Obispo Blues is number 4, Boston Workington. The Crabs looking to add on. This would be a huge series win. They managed to pull it off.
As play resumes at the plate, number 2, Peyton Miller.
New pitcher in for the Blues. Tough situation. Bases loaded. Nobody out.
And Peyton Miller will step in.
And Boston Workington comes in. 3 innings thrown for the Blues so far. An ERA at 3. 5 strikeouts. The right-hander from Canada.
Pitch to Miller, off the glove of Galloway, and racing in and coming in to score is Luke Reese, and the Crabs lead it 9-2.
Not the start that Boston wanted there.
So Crane over to third, Frank over to second,
This game was close until it wasn't.
and second and third, still nobody out. 2 runs in here in the top of the 7th.
2-1 game. Since then, the Blues have allowed 7 unanswered runs.
The 1-0 pitch way inside, and Peyton Miller had to dive out of the way, loses his helmet.
Seen a little bit from Workington. He's got, you can argue, the best stuff on the team for the Blues, but command has been an issue at different times. 3 walks across his first 3 innings. All those came in 1 frame. He's been a little bit locked down since then, but if he gets the battle, could be tend to be a little bit more at his own.
The 2-0 way inside, almost hits Miller in the helmet again. It's 3-0. I believe Peyton Miller has already been hit in the helmet this season at the Arcata Ballpark. I think I remember that happening in an earlier game. Definitely scary. I mean, if you've already been hit in the helmet, you don't want another pitch to be up there. 3-0 is up high, ball 4. And yet again, the Crabs have the bases loaded with nobody out. Here in the top of the 7th inning, 2 runs already in. Crabs lead it 9-2. And looks like it's going to be the assistant pitching coach now for the Blues, coming out to talk to Workington, the Blues pitcher. A tight ball game until the top of the 6th inning. It was 2-1 coming in. Crabs scored 5 runs, including a 2-run bomb from Colby Lunsford out to left field. And now, of course, 2 runs in here in the top of the 7th. The base is still loaded, still nobody out. And the way the first 2 games of this road trip went, the Crabs are going to want to add on as much as possible, leave as little doubt as possible. So Cubby Cortez, he's going to step in.
Cubby Cortez is coming up. Leadoff hitter. Bases loaded, still nobody out. Cortez scored in the sixth, hit by a pitch in the first. He's left for 3.
Open field, no outs, bases loaded, you're coming off, bowling off the bench in the bullpen, it's tough.
Oh,
Pitch to Cortez in there for a strike. Throw down to first, and Peyton Miller is just back in safely. The 0-1 is fouled straight back, and it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch, right down the middle, called strike 3. That's going to send Cubby Cortez back to the dugout. Bases remain loaded with 1 out. And that's going to bring in Wyatt Reginato. Already has 2 hits in this ball game. Actually, 3 hits. He is 3 for 4. With 3 singles. Another one would be fantastic for the Crabs here. Pitch to Reginato over the glove of Galloway, and Andrew Crane is going to come in from third, and he's going to score, and the Crabs lead it 10-2. Braden Frank to third, Peyton Miller to second. And Blues pitching has come apart here in the 7th. Second and third, 1 out, 1-0 to Wyatt Reginato. The pitch is a ground ball to the right side of the infield. Wilson, the second baseman, picks it up, throws to first. Another run is going to come in. Braden Frank is going to score, and the Crabs lead it 11-2 here in the top of the 7th inning.
Out of this situation as soon as you can. They still have a runner at third.
Peyton Miller goes to third on the play. The runner at third, 2 outs, and that's going to bring Colby Lunsford, who hit an absolute bomb out to left field off of the light pole out in left for a 2-run shot. Pitch to Lunsford, check swing. Did he go? He did not. It's 1-0. Lunsford now has the team lead in home runs. He has 3 of them. Hit the first freeway ball of the season at the Arcata Ballpark on the last homestand. The 1-0 is a swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. And that home run that he hit here earlier in this game, that would have been a freeway ball at the Arcata Ballpark. The 1-1 misses outside, 2-1. Two one is popped foul right over us behind the plate. 2-2. Well, if the Crabs can hold on to win today, I would say that this is going to be by far the best win of the season. Of course, a long way to go the way the road trip is gone, and that's a swing and a miss by Lunsford, and that's going to do it here in the top of the 7th. 4 more runs come in for the Crabs, and they lead it 11-2 as we head to the bottom of the 7th inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo, bottom of the 7th inning. The Crabs lead the Blues 11-2 in a fun ball game. It's been especially fun for the Crabs in the last couple of innings. 5 runs in the 6th, 4 runs in the 7th. Clayton Ray still out on the mound for the Crabs. And we're going to have a pinch hitter for the Blues. It is Justin Trimble, number 17. He homered on Friday. He hit the 3-run homer that cut the Crabs lead down to 1 on Friday. Mr. Trimble is a line drive into right field. That's going to be a base hit. You know the Blues are not going to go away quietly. A leadoff single. And that's going to bring in TJ Adams. And the pitch is outside, 1-0. 1-0 pitch. In there for a called strike, it's 1-1.
Try to pick that same spot, outer half of the strike zone. Counts even at 1-1.
1-1 pitch in there for a called strike, it's 1-2.
Another fastball to TJ Adams. He's got a bat with 2 strikes.
1-2 misses outside, 2-2.
Ball, it's 2-2. Adams a walk on the day, popped out to first base, and also had a single. Advanced to second on a throw by the right fielder.
The 2-2 pitch is fouled straight back to the screen. It remains 2-2. There's been a lot of offense in this game. Combined 25 hits for both teams. 15 for the Crabs, 10 for the Blues. 2-2 misses way high and outside. Count goes full 3-2. And the last thing you want to do if you're Clayton Ray is start walking guys up by 9 runs. 3-2 is a high fly ball to left field, sends Peyton Miller back. He's going to stop and make the catch, 1 away. And that's going to bring in Jacob Galloway.
Left-hander striding up to the box. 2 hits on the day. 2 singles.
Lefty-lefty matchup here. Pitch to Galloway is in the dirt. 1-0. The 1-0 fouled straight back to the screen. It's 1-1. Do want to note the Blues have cool ball tracking technology here at Sinsheimer Stadium. They're able to tell how far a ball went and exit velocity and cool things like that. The 1-1 way inside, 2-1. The 2-1 in there for a called strike. It's 2-2. Two ground ball right to the third baseman. Frankie bobbles it, throw to second, and it gets away from the second baseman Lunsford into right field. And that's going to be an error on Braden Frank. The third Crabs error of the game. Trimble to second.
So Galloway doesn't get credit for his third hit. That's an error on Frank. He, I think, was thinking about the throw to second before he collected the ball at third.
First and second, one out. That's going to bring in Darius Price. Price homered yesterday out to left field, where most of the home runs have been hit in this series. It's where the wind has been blowing. Pitch to Price, low and inside, 1-0.
Designated hitter out of Cal Poly Pomona. He had 7 home runs in his season last year.
Crabs bullpen is quiet. The 1-0 is popped up down the right field line and out of play. It's 1-1.
Count at 101.
Thanks to our free foul ball sponsor today, Mike
1-1 counts.
State Farm Insurance.
Well, if the Blues are going to go down in this game, I think they'd rather go down swinging than look to collect some hits before league play resumes on Tuesday.
The 1-1 pitch is a line drive up the middle, base hit. Trimble had to hesitate, so he's going to get stopped at third. And the bases are loaded with 1 out for the Blues.
Well, that's the swing we've seen out of Price the last couple of
And that's going to bring in Augusto Schroeder.
doesn't try and do too much with it. Just kind of flips it over the second base bag. Trimble had to hit
Clayton Ray does not want to let this inning get too far out of control.
That approach, that swing.
Now for the Blues, number 15,
Told me
Obispo
Schroeder.
Schroeder.
Augusto Schroeder was going to get a crack at it and a double his last at bat.
Pitch to Schroeder is tapped foul behind the plate. It's 0-1.
Also struck out and grounded to short after the 2 at-bats.
The 0-1 dropped right down the middle. Nice ball, breaking ball from Clayton Ray. It's 0-2.
Late life, look at the 2-seamer. Schroeder's 0-2.
ASO onside run. Spotted up on the inside corner beautifully.
Love acronyms. Common in the media industry.
The 0-2 misses up high, 1-2.
Broadcaster's best friend. If you can describe something that's 3 words and 3 letters, why not?
The 1-2 is low, 2-2.
Kind of even out, 2-2. Schroeder, good job laying off that fastball. Icy pitches, especially when you're trying to get out of that 1-2 count, but keeps it even.
2-2 is a line drive into left center field. That's a base hit. 1 run's going to score. The second run is coming around third. He's going to score the play at third, and Price is called safe, and it is 11-4 now. Like I said, the Blues are not going to go away quietly. The Crabs are going to have to earn this win.
Well, nice swing into the end. Augusto Schroeder came in today to score for 22.
First and third, still only 1 out, and that's going to bring in Jacob LaPrairie.
Nice swing. And we're seeing
And now there is somebody warming up in the Crabs bullpen.
Augusto Schroeder seen as well. 2 extra base hits on the day as Jacob LaPrairie added
Schroeder
the green and
went to
white,
second.
stepping up for his 4th time today.
Pitch is in the dirt, 1-0. So it's second and third, 1 out.
Bat for ball 1. Also the past 3 at-bats, the rock skipper is what we would say in the dugout. Fastball is 1-1. Big gap out in right center.
The 1-0 off the hands. That pitch almost hit him, but LaPrairie went at it and fouled it back.
Prairie had
1-1.
better chance of getting hit with that than he did doing anything with it. That, I think, might have been a protective swing. That pitch was straight up chimney.
All the way out of the box. Just wanted to put his bat on it. He did. Count still 1-1. Here's a delivery from Red.
The 1-1 is sprayed foul off to the left. It's 1-2.
Into the bullpen of Humboldt. Falls to 1-2. Craig with a base hit and a walk. Struck out looking in his last hit.
The 1-2, beautiful slider, just misses outside. It's 2-2.
Yeah, you're right, Jack. spitting on balls they shouldn't swing at. They're looking, but they're not being too passive about it.
They're hammering the pitches. They are swinging at it, especially over the zone.
The 2-2 is a little looper that's going to be caught by the shortstop, Luke Reese. And he's going to hold Price and Schroeder at third and second, respectively. 2 down.
Yeah, you're right. Just caught it right off the end of the bat. He was a little bit out in front. Didn't roll
Big out for Clayton Ray and the Crabs. And that's going to bring in a pinch hitter. It's going to be Theo Hardy, who started the last 2 games of the series.
The retro pants, usually the high waters, it's a trend now where they're cinched up halfway up the shin, but usually they're tighter.
Clayton Ray trying to work out of some trouble. 2 runs in here in the bottom of the 7th. Crabs still lead 11-4. Pitch to Hardy is sprayed foul off to the right. It's 0-1. Me personally, I don't know about everyone else, but I'm still kind of nervous about this lead. The way things have gone for a few games for the Crabs this season. The 0-1 misses way high and outside, 1-1.
2-1. The gloveless batter out of San Jose State. Rolling off the bench here.
The 1-1 is check swing foul off to the right towards the Blues dugout. It's 1-2.
Hardy, the reigning CCL South hitter of the week last year. Big 5-for-5 day against Orange County. This is the second time we've seen him used as a pinch hitter these last couple of days. Came off the bench in the 9th inning in a close game against Arroyo Seco back on Tuesday.
The 1-2 misses way outside, and it's 2-2.
Gets away from him. 2-2.
It's a non-competitive 2-strike pitch. He's gotten ahead of some hitters, but no one's going to chase it back.
The guy you're going to give it up to Theo Hardy, one of the hotter hitters on the Blues lineup.
2-2 called. Strike 3 freezes Theo Hardy and sends him back to the dugout. The Crabs limit the damage to just 2 runs, and they lead it 11-4 as we head to the top of the 8th inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo, top of the 8th inning in a very entertaining ball game. The Crabs lead the Blues 11-4. It's been a home run, been lots of runs hit, driven in by the Crabs, and there have been 2 ejections of 2 members of the Blues coaching staff. Due up in the top of the 8th for the Crabs, it's going to be Billy Ham, Griffin Myers, and Luke Reese. The pitch to Ham from Workington is outside, 1-0.
Still Boston Workington out there. Count 1 ball and no strikes. Team's gotten away from the Blues and trail it by 7 here in their second rubber match of the year.
1-0 is fouled straight back. It's 1-1.
Ham, the lone batter that didn't
Crabs 5 runs in the 6th, 4 runs in the 7th. Coming into the 6th, it was a 2-1 lead for the Crabs. The 1-1 in there for a called strike, and it's 1-2.
Ham's 0 for 4. Doesn't have an RBI picked up back in the first on a fielder's choice. 1-2.
The 1-2 misses outside. It's 2-2.
Since that fielder's choice, Ham has popped out and grounded out twice to the right side. Markington delivered.
2-2, a line drive into right center field, and that's another hit for the Crabs, and that's going to roll all the way to the wall. Billy Ham heading towards second. He's going to stop there. Leadoff double for Billy Ham.
Well, Markington got him to 2 strikes, went with the breaking ball.
Ham's trying to add on some more.
Can't punish it. That's the 16th hit for the Crabs.
Hit number 16 for the Crabs today, after being held to only 4 hits yesterday. Their offense was dormant, but it has come back to life here in the rubber match.
They kept the Crabs completely scoreless through 9 innings.
Griffin Myers will step in.
Here, quadruple that hits number and put 11 runs on the board.
Pitch to Myers. This is outside 1-0.
Myers, the designated hitter from Washington State, has reached in all 4 plate appearances. 2 walks, 2 singles. He's also scored a run. That was last inning in the 7th. 1-0.
The 1-0 pitch misses way inside. It's 2-0.
Myers and Workington, collegiate rivals. Workington goes to the University of Washington. Myers, for the past 2 seasons, has been at Washington State Huskies and Cougars. Football to the Apple Cup, and baseball still rivals. 2-0.
The 2-0 is a ground ball to the left side of the infield. Picked up by the shortstop Acosta. He's going to go to third as Ham was going for third, and he's going to be cut down. Not a good base running decision by Billy Ham to go for third there on a ground ball that was hit to the left side of the infield when Ham was standing at second. So it's going to be a 6-5 fielder's choice. Myers to first. 1 out. That's going to bring in Luke Reese.
Reese comes up now, runner at first with 1 out in the inning.
Pitch to Reese in there for a called strike. It's 0-1.
Theo Hardy came into the game. He's at second base. So Acosta stays at short. Hicksabah stays at third. We're seeing Hardy play his 3rd infield position the last couple of days.
The 0-1 way up high. 1-1. Reese had to duck out of the way.
Justin Trimble also into the game, a defensive replacement. He's at first. And now he's holding on Griffin Myers, the DH, who reached on the fielder's choice.
The 1-1 pitch is a swing and a foul tip back into the glove. It's 1-2. Wind is picked up. American flag is straight out to left. And a stiff breeze into the press box here as well. The 1-2. And check swing. Did he go? He did not. Pitch miss outside. 2-2.
Myers at first, here in the 8th. Game that those once were just behind by 1 run. Crabs have really poured things on the last couple of innings. 2-2.
The 2-2 pitch is a swing and a miss. Strike 3. Great slider from Brandon Workington. Sends Reese back to the dugout. 2 away. And that's going to bring in Andrew Crane. Mr. Crane is a swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. The 0-1, a swing and a miss again. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. just misses up high, and it's 1-2. Crowd, of course, unhappy with that call. They get a free bottle of hot sauce every time a crab strikes out. They got a lot of hot sauce last night. The 1-2, swing and a miss, strike three, and there we go. That's going to end the inning. Crabs fail to score here in the top of the eighth, but they lead it 11-4 as we go to the bottom of the eighth inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to the Central Coast. Bottom of the eighth inning, the Crabs lead the Blues 11-4. And new pitcher on the mound for the Crabs is number 24, Drew Woody. Drew Woody, 3 1/3 innings pitched. Comes in with a record of 0-1. And he has given up only 1 run, 1 walk, 8 strikeouts. And I believe this might be Drew Woody's last appearance of the season for the Crabs. I believe I was told earlier that he is only going to be on the Crabs for the month of June. You could still see him maybe at the Arcata Ballpark this next week. But it is going to be one of his last appearances for the Crabs this season, I believe, Drew Woody. Due up for the Blues, it will be J.P. Acosta, Jake Hicksonbaugh, and Matt Massiangelo. Actually, Justin Trimble is going to be batting third here. He pinch hit for Massiangelo earlier. Pitch to Acosta in there for a called strike. It's 0-1. You know, 1 pitch, just misses outside, 1-1. One one, misses low and inside, 2-1. The 2-1 is popped up right side of the infield. It's going to be the second baseman, Lunsford, who makes the catch, 1 away. Did the pop-up dance. Pop flies have been an adventure here in San Luis Obispo. The wind is blowing really strongly. It's going to bring in Jake Hicksonbaugh. Pitch to Hicksonbaugh, check swing, and it's a called strike, 0-1. The 0-1, and there for a called strike again, it's 0-2.
for the Crabs. He delivers.
The 0-2 pitch just misses outside, 1-2. Certainly close.
Justin Trimble. Pinch hit to lead off the 7th. Hit and a run scored. 1-2.
The 1-2 pitch, fouled straight back. It's still 1-2.
Well, it's a game that we talked early. The Blues were not going to use their permanent players, trying to save some of the shoulders, the elbows of their permanent players. League play resuming this next week after this weekend off. Wednesday and Tuesday versus the Oaks. Friday and Saturday versus the Bears. And another non-league matchup on Sunday versus the Pirates.
1-2 is a pop fly to center field, and that's going to drop for a base hit. The 4th hit for Jake Hicksonbaugh and the 13th hit of the game for the Blues. They've gotten a lot of those little bloops to drop. Runner at first, 1 out. That's going to bring in Justin Trimble. Pitch to Trimble way up high, and a great play by Cubby Cortez, the Crabs catcher, to get up and glove it. 1-0.
Homered in game 1 of the series. Started first again yesterday.
Pinch runner
Comes out for Jake Hicksonbaugh.
number 43.
It's Giovanni Blanchett.
Giovanni Blanchett is going to pinch run at first
So Hicksonbaugh's day is done after 4.
for Jake Hicksonbaugh.
1-0 to Trimble. Pitch on the way.
The 1-0 just misses low. It's 2-0.
It's not a 7-run deficit. Completely. The game is completely over. The energy seems to have been sapped out of the Blues after that huge hit.
2-0, and that hit him.
Hit with the pitch.
I mean, that's a big break for the Crabs, because if that didn't hit Trimble, it was going to go all the way to the backstop, and Giovanni Blanchett was probably going to get to third. Instead, he stays at second. So first and second, 1 out. And even though the Blues are down 11-4, they are putting constant traffic on the bases. Crabs have rarely had an easy inning, especially since they scored 9 runs in the 6th and 7th inning. So TJ Adams will step in. The pitch is a called strike. It's 0-1.
Told that the case of the missing shoe has been solved. Thank you for your cooperation.
The 0-1 is in the dirt, corralled nicely by Cubby Cortez. It's 1-1. The 1-1 is a swing and a miss, and it's 1-2.
Adams walked in the first, popped out in the third. Singled, advanced on an error by the right fielder Reginato back in the 5th inning. When he came up in the 7th, flew out to left. Woody comes set. Long hold. He finally offers it
The
up.
1-2 in the dirt, and Drew Woody falls down on the mound. Hopefully he's okay. He's back up quickly. Looks like he slipped a little bit on the follow-through. He's kicking the dirt like he slipped on a slick spot out there. Walks around behind the mound a bit, steps back onto the mound. The 2-2 pitch, fouled straight back. It's still 2-2. The 2-2 pitch, a swing and a miss, strike 3. Beautiful breaking ball from Drew Woody. 2 down.
Adams down on strikes for the first time today, and now it's set.
Action going down in the strike zone.
Galloway has 2 hits today, also reached
First and second, 2 outs. That's going to bring in Jacob Galloway.
stole 2 bases in the 4th. Pretty good day. Picked up an RBI earlier in the day as well. 2 for 4. Going to keep this 8th inning alive. Blues have 2 runners on. It's Blanchett at second.
Lefty-lefty matchup. Pitch to Galloway. He's in there for a called strike. It's 0-1.
Fans again don't appreciate the calls here. It's been a testy series, to say the least, here at Sinsheimer Stadium, and the fans have not been afraid to boo today. Here comes the 0-1.
And the 0-1 is in the dirt. It's 1-1.
Galloway, rising sophomore at USC, big music maker in his free time. This is that he chose USC because of the great balance of athletics and academics, and be part of such a legendary baseball program. He came from one at Harvard Westlake as well, so he knows a thing or two.
The 1-1 pitch. Good breaking ball in there for a called strike. It's 1-2.
Was the 7th-ranked catcher in California according to Perfect Game, top 100 player in the state coming out of Harvard Westlake High School. Preseason Perfect Game All-American back in 2022. Here's the 1-2.
The 1-2 pitch is a ground ball up the middle. Glove by Lunsford. He flips to the shortstop, Reese, to get the force out at second. Great play by the Crabs infield to end the inning. And they stray in the Blues runners at first and second. The Blues fail to score here in the bottom of the 8th. The Crabs lead 11-4 as we head to the top of the 9th inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM.
There's a position player, by the way.
Welcome back to San Luis Obispo. Top of the 9th inning. The Crabs lead the Blues 11-4. We have a position player pitching for the San Luis Obispo Blues here in the top of the 9th. It is number 8, JT Ricken, who is listed as an outfielder. And due up for the Crabs, it will be Braden Frank, Peyton Miller, and Cubby Cortez. And a really fun game for the Crabs. It got especially fun in the top of the 6th where they scored 5 runs. Colby Lunsford hit a long home run out to left off of the light pole out in left field. It was a goner. Would have been an easy freeway ball back home. And the Crabs added on with 4 more runs in the top of the 7th. 2 of the Blues coaches were ejected. Lots of fireworks in this series, lots of bad blood between the 2 teams. And I think this series has been the culmination of a new rivalry between the Blues and the Crabs. I think it's been a rivalry for a while, but I think after this series, it has been ratcheted up to another level. Pitches high and outside to Braden Frank. It's 1-0. The 1-0, in there for a called strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1 is in the dirt. It's 2-1.
One out of JT Ricken right now is strikes. This game has gotten out of hand. The fans have stuck around, but who knows how much longer they'll be here with a 7-run deficit. Lose one. Get in and out on defense as quickly as possible. 2-1.
2-1 misses low and inside, and it's 3-1. Now, as much as the Crabs want to add on here, a bunch of walks in the top of the ninth, already up by 7, would not be the best thing. The 3-1 is a one hop to Giovanni Blanchette. Throw over to first, and what a play. That ball, Theo Hardy's over there at third. That spun him around, and he uncorked a really strong throw over to first, one down. Made that look really easy. And that's going to bring in Peyton Miller. Pitches outside 1-0.
Peyton Miller, the batter, the left fielder from the University of the Pacific, has 2 hits and a walk today. He's 2 for 3.
1-0 is a slow ground ball to second baseman Schroeder. He's going to throw to second. The throw is wide, but a good tag by Trimble to tag Peyton Miller, 2 down. I was saying the Crabs, as much as they want to add on, they don't want a ton of walks here in the top of the ninth because we do have a 9-hour bus trip after this game, after all. But I think the biggest interest of the Crabs is to try to add on as much as they can. Pitches in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Whoever ends up pitching the ninth for the Crabs, I think he's going to definitely need to throw strikes. I mean, you're up by 7. 0-1. Check swing. It's a called strike. It's 0-2.
The fans still bellow hot sauce despite the Blues trailing by 7. And position player JT Ricken looks for his first strikeout. Here comes the
0-2 pitch is a fly ball out to left field, and it's over the glove of Acosta, and it's going to drop into left field for a base hit. Cubby Cortez with a 2-out single, and the position player, JT Ricken, almost had himself a 1-2-3 inning. It's going to bring in Wyatt Reginato. And he has 3 hits, all singles. Reginato 3 for 5. Great day. Pitch to Reginato is a high grounder over the head of the first baseman, over the head of the second baseman into right field for a base hit. Cortez is going to head to third on the play, and it's first and third, 2 outs. It was a high bounding grounder that was over the glove of the first baseman Trimble, who cut in front of the second baseman Schroeder, and then ended up going over Schroeder's head too. The Crabs have something going. First and third, 2 outs. That's going to bring in Colby Lunsford. What a day. Pitch to Lunsford in there for a strike. It's 0-1. I would call his home run today a moonshot, but of course this is a day game. It was hit off of the light pole out in left field. An absolute clang. 0-1. In the dirt, gets away from Galloway, and Cortez is going to come in from third and score, and the Crabs lead it 12-4. A wild pitch from JT Ricken. Reginato down to second. And the Crabs get some insurance. The 1-1 misses way outside, off the glove of Galloway, and Reginato's going to break for third, and he's going to be safe. The Crabs, as they always have been the past few seasons, very aggressive on the bases, even when they're up by 8 runs. That's going to be a pass ball. 2-1. Misses up high, 3-1. 3-1, misses outside, ball 4. And it was a quick first 2 outs for the position player, J.T. Ricken, but with 2 outs, the Crabs have scored a run and gotten a few base runners on here. And that's going to bring in Billy Ham, first and third, 2 down. Pitch to Ham is high and outside, 1-0. Crabs did not have a very successful road record last season. The 1-0 is a line drive into right center field. That's a base hit. Reginato's going to come in from third. He's going to score, and Lunsford over to third on the play, and the Crabs lead it 13-4.
Ricken gives up his third hit, and after the weird hop away from Schroeder, Crabs have added 2 runs.
2 more runs here in the 9th. Crabs looking for a happy but long bus ride back to Arcata tonight.
Well, the Crabs are getting their money here. They've got a really long bus ride back to Humboldt. They'll take as many runs.
Pitch to Griffin Myers is up high, 1-0.
Last game that they play against the Blues in a long time. The Blues went up Humboldt last year for the last time. Crabs wanted still to come to Sinsheimer, and they've rolled in here. And they're 3 outs away on defense from a series.
The 1-0 is a pop fly out to right field. The right fielder going back, and to his right, he makes the catch, and that's going to do it here in the top of the 9th inning. The Crabs get 2 more runs here in the top of the 9th. They lead it 13-4 as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to San Luis Obispo, bottom of the 9th inning. The Crabs lead the Blues 13-4 in a very entertaining ball game. The Crabs offense has come to life after being shut out yesterday and only getting 4 hits. They have 13 runs on 19 hits. And Drew Woody is going to come out to try to shut it down for the Crabs.
Well, here we go. 9th inning.
And Darius Price will lead it off, followed by Augusto Schroeder and Jacob LaPrairie.
9 runs. Here's Darius Price, the DH from Cal Poly promoted.
Pitch to Price. This is up high, 1-0.
Strikes. The clean plate. Darius Price is 1 for 4. Single of his last time up back in the 7th. And that keeps pop-ups in the lineup. There's Drew Woody still out there for the Crabs, nursing that 9 run.
The 1-0 is popped foul right above us in the press box. It's 1-1.
Games next week. This one might be out of hand.
No, it has been an absolute blast being on the road with the Crabs. I'm going to be happy to get home tonight, but I'm a little sad the road trip is over.
Friday, Saturday here versus the Academy Barons.
Crabs baseball at home is special, but Crabs baseball on the road is something even more special. The 1-1 is up high, 2-1.
A little bit of a weekend reset for the Blues. Playing out of CCL
Back
play.
home Tuesday night,
Only one more
7
week
o'clock
after this one.
against Seals baseball. The Crabs are home for the rest of the season.
Being homestand.
2-1. It's in there for a called strike, and it's 2-2.
So Bryce gonna take a walk.
And the home plate umpire opened up the strike zone a little bit. Crabs up by 9.
Augusto Schroeder, who's got 2 doubles.
Of course, the fans aren't happy about it.
Woody 2-2.
2-2 pitch is low. Count goes full 3-2. The one thing that the Crabs and the Blues both share are passionate fan bases. As I mentioned before, the Blues have been around almost as long as the Crabs have, established in 1946. Both teams have deep roots in their communities. A lot of people show up to Blues games. The 3-2 pitch, right down the middle, called strike 3, 1 away. Gusto Schroeder will step in. Pitch to Schroeder, misses outside 1-0.
The good news for the Blues is he does not count in league records, so come playoff time, this one won't even be a scratch on the car at all. Blues league record not influenced by the games they play.
The 1-0 is a fly ball out to center field. Crane racing to his right, and he'll make the catch. 2 down. Blues down to their final out.
Blues a chance to have a little bit of fun, welcome in Humboldt, who traveled all the way across the state to come play in this series. And the Crabs are an out away from getting a series W. The last time that they'll play the University, Jacob LaPrairie. Here's Jacob LaPrairie, last chance for the Blues. He's got a hit and a walk.
Jacob LaPrairie will step in. Lefty-lefty matchup. Pitch to LaPrairie. Misses outside 1-0.
No strikes. Lee from LaPrairie from Tulane. He's enjoying his time in San Luis Obispo, and he'll have a chance to have the rest of tonight and a day off tomorrow to explore it a little more.
The 1-0 is tapped foul at the plate. It's 1-1.
What we mentioned earlier, he was pretty blunt with it. There's no mountains in Louisiana. LaPrairie is enjoying the hilly atmosphere here in San Luis Obispo.
Series has had a lot of action. And 1-1, swung on and foul back, 1-2. Blues down to their last strike. Lots of fireworks, quite a few ejections of members of the Blues coaching staff. Some bad blood between the two teams. And Cubby Cortez coming out to talk to Drew Woody. And I think the Blues trainer is coming out to check on the home plate umpire. I think that last pitch got him. So we have a bit of a delay in the action here. Some more scores from around Major League Baseball. The Astros are leading the Dodgers 4-1 at down south at Dodger Stadium. Baltimore Orioles beating the Seattle Mariners 3-2. Matt Filar will be happy about that score. The Rockies beating the Angels 4-3 after losing 25-1 last night. All right, we are about ready for action. Blues down to their final strike. Down 13-4, 2 outs and a 1-2 count on Jacob LaPrairie. It's looking increasingly likely that the Crabs are going to have a very happy bus ride back to Arcata tonight. The 1-2 is a fly ball out to left field. Peyton Miller going back. He makes the catch, and that's going to do it. The Crabs emphatically win 13-4 in the rubber match of this 3-game series here in San Luis Obispo, and they get a huge series win over a really good team. The Crabs, 13 runs, including a 2-run home run by Colby Lunsford in the 6th. 13 runs, 19 hits, 2 errors. The Blues 4 runs, 13 hits, 1 error. Great job by Laura Reagan back in the Humble Hill studios as always. We will be back on Tuesday night back at the Arcata Ballpark at 7 p.m. Thank you for listening and watching, everyone. This has been Humboldt Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM.